Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Welcome back to day 2 for strengthening the roles of teachers in school-based screening and interventions. My name is Suana Muhammad, Program Associate at SEAMEO Sen. Alongside with me, we have Puan Mastura, Puan Harisha, Mr. Rusnedi, Mr. Shabil, Mr. Ashraf, and Ms. Mizanina from the Strategic Communication Unit. So how is everyone doing today? Good morning, welcome back. And to our viewers in YouTube and Facebook, hello, selamat datang, mabuhay, din tonrap. If you have your friends or parents of your students who can benefit from this session, you may also encourage them to live stream this session on our YouTube or Facebook channel. So, Mr. Rusnedi, we can share today's agenda for day 2. Oh, yeah, and here is hold on, let me just share the professor for today's session, Dr. Eric Carber from James Madison University, United States of America. Let's give him a round of a virtual applause in our chat box here. Welcome, Prof. Eric. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you today?
Good. How are you? Thank you for joining us. And I just would like to tell you that the participants for our training session, they are very enthusiastic. They actively engaged in yesterday's training session with Ms. Weningsi on the issues and challenges that they face in their respective countries pertaining to school-based training and intervention. So expect a lot of questions and engagement from them, Prof, for today.
Great. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Sorry?
I said I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, let's look at the agenda for today, Mr. Rusnedi. All right, so Prof. Eric will be with us from 9 a.m. and on the clarifying learning goals and objectives, as well as aligning assessments, learning goals and objectives. Then we shall go for a short tea break, and we will come back with Prof. Santoshi from University of Calcutta, India, with the topics mentioned here in your screen. So I don't want to waste any more time, Prof. Eric. Over to you. The floor is yours. Have fun learning and all the best, everyone.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm so excited to be here with you all today. Is it okay to go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. And I know that I have some of these slides and another handout will be shared with you all at the end of the conference, along with everybody else's handout. So you'll have access to some of this content. Like I said, I'm very excited to be here with you. My name is Eric Carball. I teach in the Department of Middle, Secondary, and Math Education at James Madison University, which is in Virginia here in the United States. So I wanted to show you on a map where I am, just so you can see. So I put a little dot here. Virginia is this purple state right here, and that dot is right about where I am. And so I'm about 2.5 hours southwest of Washington, D.C., it's 9:03 p.m. here, so it's a 12-hour difference. So I'm getting ready for bed, so I'll go to bed as soon as I'm done working with you all while you start your day. But it's certainly a great way to end it. I'm super excited to be here with you all and working with you. As we think about kind of transitioning to maybe what some of the other topics that you've been working with and thinking about so far up to this point, a lot of thinking about like screening for students with special needs and interventions and supporting those students, rather than thinking about screening like at the school level or things like that. We're going to talk more about classroom ongoing assessment and how you can use classroom ongoing assessment to support these students in your classroom, as well as all students. So not just students with special needs, but all students in the classroom as well. And so that's going to be our focus today. And so we'll look at some different strategies and tools that you all can use to be able to implement some of these ongoing assessments in your classroom, as well as why it's so important, first and foremost, to be really clear about what you're teaching. And again, what we're going to talk about today applies for students with special needs, as well as all students in your classroom. And so that's going to be our primary area of focus today. I'll be monitoring the chat as best I can. And I know that they're going to be organizing questions and things like that. I've built in some time for you all for me to pause and stop talking so that you all can think and process and consider how this applies to you. And so there'll definitely be opportunities for you all to take some time and think and reflect. That's a really important part to learning, obviously. And so that's going to be a big piece of this session as well as we get going today. So our agenda, we've got 3 primary objectives that we're going to be working with today. First and foremost, clarifying and communicating learning objectives. Secondly, designing formative assessments. And I'll talk about a little bit more about what I classify as formative assessments in a few minutes. And then how we can provide effective feedback for students. And so it's about clear objectives, figuring out how we're going to measure students meeting those objectives. And then if students do or don't, what are next steps? How can we support students as they grow and improve, as we work to really help move all our students forward on their learning trajectories? I like to start with icebreaker questions. If you're familiar with icebreaker, it's a term we use in the US, just a way to just build community and get everybody active and thinking. And so if you wanted to use the chat, I would love to hear some thoughts from you all. If you could have any superpowers, so whether it be being able to read minds or fly or super strength or being able to pause time, what would that superpower be and how would you use it? So I'll take a minute here and just give you all a chance to share some of your ideas. I would love to hear from you all in terms of your superpowers that you would have. Reading people's minds. It's a good one. As is time control. We all need that. These are great superpowers. Thank you all for sharing these. We'll take another minute or so and let everybody get some ideas in here. We would all love to not have anything to do but work out for 6 months. It's a good one too. Yeah, that's true. Reading people's minds might have a downside to it. I'll wait a few more seconds here. Thank you all for sharing those. I appreciate it. If you haven't had a chance to share it, please do. We'll have a chance to check in on those. All right, so I like to start things off by making sure to clarify what terminology I'm using and what it means. And so there's different types of assessment we use for different purposes. And so when we think about summative assessment versus formative assessment, today our focus is going to be on formative assessment. But I think it's helpful to understand this difference before we get into talking specifically about formative assessment. And so with summative assessment, we're talking of assessment. With summative assessment, we're talking about assessment of learning, or basically we're trying to measure learning after some learning has happened, after we've had time to teach students. And so this might be after a week, a couple of weeks, after a month, however long it might be. Students have had a chance to learn, to practice, to master content. And then we're going to see, did you learn it at the end of a unit of study or at the end of a grading period or a semester or whatever it might be. And so this might be a test, a project, a final draft of an essay. Any of that might take place. And these are the things that we typically grade. And so we're going to assign a grade to this because it's an indication of what students learned over the course of a grading period. And those are useful, and we can use those, and they're helpful, right? But the things that really impact student learning day in and day out in our classrooms are not these tests or quizzes that we're going to give several weeks later, but rather the ongoing assessments and checks for understanding that we do in the classroom every single day. And these can be very informal things like just talking to students, or they can be more formal strategies that we might use, like things like exit tickets or warm-up questions at the beginning of a lesson. And these give us information. They help. So it's a way of communicating with our students because they share with us what our students are learning and how they're learning and how effectively that's happening. And so these can be used to provide feedback for students, to encourage growth, to help intervene if they're struggling with anything. And so when we talk about interventions here, these interventions can take so many forms. And so we have this assessment information that says, you know what, this student didn't learn what I taught yesterday. What do I need to do differently today to support that student? And so we're going to talk a little bit about instruction and feedback and how that can change as well based on the results of a formative assessment. And so today our focus again is going to be on that second one, that assessment for learning and how we can use that to support student needs. I wanted to share some research for you all just about why formative assessment is so important and some of the benefits of using formative assessment. And so formative assessment can be a motivating thing because we're using it consistently. And so students don't have to wait. They can this formative assessment gives them information about what they're learning and how effectively they're learning it. And so because of that, it can help really direct attention to what needs to be done to accomplish a particular task or achieve a particular goal. It can provide information about misunderstood ideas and then motivate in students to invest more effort. And that motivation piece doesn't necessarily happen if we're just giving tests or quizzes all the time. Instead, it's the things that we do every single day in the classroom that we can use to adjust our instruction, to give feedback to students. Those are the things that help motivate them to direct attention because it's these little small steps versus these bigger steps that take place when we give tests or more summative assessments. A few other pieces of research here, and this comes from a book that looks at neuroscience, which is brain research, and what we know about how our brains work. So first and foremost, and the book is called Differentiation in the Brain is the name of the book. And one of the things that they talk about is how formative non-graded assessment is less likely to be stressful. And so when students aren't being graded and they don't feel like they're being judged, it's less stressful to them and they're more able to show what they know. It helps build confidence. And so when we get to a summative assessment, if we're using these checks along the way, then when we get to a summative assessment, that summative assessment isn't as stressful for students when they take it. And then growth happens when students see a goal, where they are in relationship to that goal, and the steps they need to take to reach it, right? And so if I know where I'm headed, and I know what I need to do to get there, I'm more likely to be able to make it. Versus if we don't have a real clear goal and students really aren't sure where they're headed and they're not really sure what they need to do next, then we have students who are kind of headed in different directions. We want every student going towards those goals that we've identified. And then that last bullet point, I think, is my favorite one from this particular set. And it says, effective assessment is an effort in clarity, not in judgment. And what that means is that we're trying to clarify learning for students and help them see what their next steps are and help as teachers for us to understand what those next steps are too. And so effective assessment isn't about judging students all the time. And when we say judge, we mean assigning grades or evaluating, and giving them a number grade or a letter grade or whatever it might be. But the best assessment in terms of learning is assessment for clarity, for us to understand where our students are and for them to understand what they need to do next. And so that's what's going to be our focus today. Just a couple of other slides here on research. To support learning, we really need assessments that give us information about where students are in the moment right now. It's very timely, right? So students are learning something. We maybe introduce a new math concept or a new science concept or a new language concept. And we want to see how well students grasp that concept as we introduce it. That timely information does much more for us than just relying on these sort of test scores at the end or summative assessments. They don't give us that real-time information that we can use to keep adjusting our teaching. And so we really want to try to pay attention to that ongoing next steps that students can take. And then this comes from a researcher out of New Zealand, John Hattie, who has done a lot of research on all kinds of different strategies, classroom strategies. And when we talk about ongoing assessment, there's 3 pieces from his research that jump out as really relevant to this discussion. And so the first is providing formative evaluation. So it's formative in the sense that, again, students are learning. It's not summative. They're not waiting till the end. There's opportunities. We're going to talk about different types of formative assessments, but with some formative assessments, there's also opportunities for students to reflect and to self-assess and say, where am I and what do I need to do next? And then feedback. That's really vital as well. And so you use effect sizes, and an effect size is just a measurement of how impactful a particular strategy is. And to put this in perspective, an effect size of 0.4 has the potential to accelerate or considerably accelerate student achievement. And so anything above 0.4 is promising. It's good. And so for these, you can see 0.9, 0.75, and 0.75 are really well above that 0.4 threshold. And so what we're seeing here are some strategies that we could use that could really have an impact on students and their achievement. So let's start with this idea of clarity. How do we get clarity for students? The way that is done is first and foremost by identifying what we want students to learn, and not just a topic or an activity, but rather specifically what skill or what knowledge do I want students to walk away with after teaching a particular lesson. And so I've put two sets of learning objectives here. On the left side, you can see these are examples of good learning objectives. And on the right side, these are examples of not good or non-examples of objectives. And so I want you to just take a moment and look at these two lists and just see if you can identify what's different about these. So I'll just pause for about 2 minutes and let you think about that. And if you'd like to share any differences or ideas in the chat box, you can do that, and I'll check those out. So I'll just pause for 2 minutes. What's different about these sets of objectives? All right, so specific, yes. On the left side, we have specific goals. That's definitely part of it. Specific and measurable. Those are great ideas. Thank you. Take another couple seconds here for you all to share. All right, great ideas. Thank you all. So clear goals are really essential for students so they know what they're learning, and teachers so that they can focus their teaching and assessments are really vital for that teaching and learning process. And so rather than saying, I'm going to teach about this broad topic in math or this broad topic in science or whatever it might be, you're really targeting these specific outcomes. And when we think about, particularly with students with special needs, if we are able to really identify specific next steps for students in terms of these learning objectives, then that helps focus all the work that we're doing with them. And so that's one of the ways that we can better support these students in the classroom. And so clear goals are essential for know what to process. Clear learning objectives should focus on one measurable goal per objectives. And so clear, specific, measurable, all those things that you all were talking about in the chat are exactly right. We really want to focus on things that are measurable, that are specific, that avoid describing activities. And so I'll show you the examples here again in a second with just some clarity on that. And we want to avoid using verbs that are vague, that are difficult to measure. And so things like saying students are going to learn about something or students are going to appreciate something. Using verbs like that doesn't really capture specifically what we're trying to measure in the classroom. So here's that same set of objectives, except on the right side, I sort of share what's wrong with that particular type of objective or with that particular objective. And so something like graph an inequality, sequence events from any type of world event or conflict, writing a well-supported argument, identifying primary colors, developing a thesis statement, adding single-digit numbers. All of these goals are very, very specific and very, very measurable. We can see, did a student get that or did they not? And then that helps guide our teaching, and then it helps guide the feedback that we might provide those students too. Versus the non-examples on the right side, which are a little bit more vague, or are there kind of activities that students would do in the classroom. And so the first one is an example of an activity: work with a partner to read blank. So they're doing reading and they're engaged in the classroom, but what are they supposed to be doing when they're reading, right? Are they analyzing for meaning? Are they identifying key vocabulary? Are they summarizing? Like, so what are they doing when they're reading? And that's why it's so important to really specifically identify what we want students to do. Same thing with that second one, completing a graph worksheet. Well, by completing that graph worksheet, are they graphing inequalities? Or what specifically are we looking to happen there? Learning about Thomas Jefferson, who was a founding father in the US, you could insert any historical figure from your country in there. So learning about somebody, very vague. Take notes about, that's an activity. Appreciate our ecosystem. We could certainly ask students if they appreciated where they live in the ecosystem, and they might say yes, but that doesn't really tell us what they've learned or what they've actually accomplished. And so we want to, again, try to be focused and really think about what specifically we're trying to measure. Same thing with the last one. So an example is add single digit numbers. A non-example is complete addition problems. That's the activity that they're doing to master adding single digit numbers. And so when we talk about clarity and identifying learning objectives, you want to make sure that it's specific, it's measurable, and that it's something that is certainly that students can master or learn and that you can give feedback on. And that's all very, very important to this process. So I mentioned before that I built in some opportunities just to pause and let you all think and process. And so I thought to try to think of a upcoming lesson that you're teaching. So maybe it's next week, the week after, whenever it might be in the future that you're teaching a lesson, is to identify a couple learning objectives, one or two, that would fit that criteria. And then I'd like you to make a note of them because we're going to use them a little bit later. And so you could just jot them down on paper that you have nearby, or you can take notes or whatever it might be. But to identify one or two specific objectives and make sure that they meet these criteria. And then I'm going to put the examples back up here in just a moment so you can use those. So I'll pause for about 5 minutes and then let you all brainstorm and think. And just make notes yourself. If you'd like to share them in chat, you're more than welcome to do that. But just kind of keeping them somewhere nearby because we're going to use them a little bit later. So we'll pause for about 5 minutes here just to give you a chance to identify 1 to 2 learning objectives. go for about another minute or two, give you a chance to think about some objectives that you might be teaching soon. All right. So hopefully you have those handy somewhere nearby and can just go back to those a little bit later. Like I mentioned, we're going to have some more time to process and actually use these objectives to create some formative assessments, or at least one formative assessment. So the examples you all are sharing seem good. So keep it up. Thank you. All right. So we really want students, with regard to clarity and so clear objectives and formative assessment, we really want students to be able to answer these three questions. So if we're really clear about what our objectives are, then we want students to be able to answer, where am I going? Right? That's the objective. That's where you're going. Why am I going there? Right? What's the purpose of me doing this? And that's where students understand the why behind what they're learning. And so what's the value to this? How does this relate to what you've learned before? How's it going to relate to what you're learning in the future? Really helping students understand that why. And then the last question is, how will I know I've arrived? How will I know I'm there? How will I know I've learned that objective? And that last one, I think, is really important because we want students to be able to talk about, I'll know that I've met this objective when I can do blank. And so being able to fill in that blank and understand what they're learning, why they're learning it, and where they're and how they'll know that they've gotten there, those questions really make that piece about like classroom learning very visible. And so we get back to clarity and visibility. We want that to be a key factor in the classroom experience for students. So I like to divide formative assessment into different categories. And I'll talk about each of these categories here in a moment and just think about the different types of tools that we have as teachers to implement in the classroom. So I look at formative assessment as sort of these different categories. So concrete, when I say concrete, I mean something that students actually submit and turn in. And so it's something they would either submit electronically or something they would hand you like a note card or a sticky note or whatever it is at the end of a lesson. You have some type of concrete evidence of student learning. Then there's informal formative assessments. And these are the things that you'll do, just like have conversations with students or listen to their group work or listen to the questions that they ask during a lesson. And so with that, we can hear what's happening and thinking, but we don't really have that concrete evidence, but it still gives us useful information that we can think about in terms of impacting students. Then we have individual work and then group work. And so students can complete a formative assessment individually, and then they can also do it as a small group. And so there's different strategies or different tools. So sometimes group formative assessments are great because we can hear a lot more in a shorter amount of time, but it doesn't give us insight into what each individual student is learning. And so that group work is helpful. It's a learning strategy, and students can certainly grow from that, but it doesn't give us that individual student by student information. So here are some different examples that I wanted to share with you. And then I'm going to show you some more specific examples here in just a moment. I've got some examples on the slides that you'll be able to see once these are emailed out to you. And so when we talk about concrete assessments, things like exit tickets and group Freyer diagrams. And I'm going to talk about Freyer diagrams in just a moment. So if you're not sure what that is, don't worry. We're going to look at some examples of those. So those are concrete formative assessments. Informal things, instructional questions, small group discussions, sharing, those types of things are more informal part of the classroom, but they do give us useful information. So the exit ticket and instructional questions might be individual. The group Freyer diagram and the small group discussion and questioning is based on group work. And so you've got concrete and informal formative assessments that you can give, and you can do them individually or with groups. And it's just a way to get you thinking. It's not necessarily that any of these are better than the other, but rather the different ways and different strategies that you can use to help support students in the classroom. So in addition to these different categories, I'm also going to separate formative assessments into different uses. And so the first is, we talked about clarity and really identifying those clear outcomes. And so we can align questions on formative assessments with specific learning goals or learning objectives, okay? The second is that we can use open-ended questioning intended for self-reflection. And so it doesn't have to be students that we're asking students specific questions and seeing that they can do arithmetic or that they can identify these science concepts or whatever it is. And we certainly want to use that, but it's also okay sometimes to ask students questions that are just opportunities for self-reflection. Where are you? How are you learning? Are you, is everything going okay? What are you struggling with? What are you doing well with? And really trying to support students in that process as well. And so the first one is really beneficial because we can target specific learning goals and we've got that clarity piece. The second is really beneficial because we give students opportunities to think about where they are. And so when we go back to these questions, why and how, when we ask students these open-ended questions, they're able to reflect on where they are in this process. How close are you to understanding these objectives? What do you need? What support do you need? Things like that. And so we'll look at some examples of each of these types of formative assessment. And then again, I'll make sure to build in opportunities to pause and let you all process. So Freyer diagrams. This is a common formative assessment tool, and it's really useful because it gets students to dive deep into a particular topic or concept. And so we're going to put that topic or concept first up top, and then students are asked to do several things about that topic or concept. They're asked to give a definition, they're asked to give the importance of it, they're asked to list examples, and they're asked to list non-examples. And so we're really asking students to really pull apart and think critically about a particular topic or concept. And in doing so, we really get useful information about how much they actually know. And so students might be able to define something, they don't really understand why it's important, and they aren't really able to distinguish examples versus non-examples. And so at that point, we know they have a surface level understanding, but we can also tell that they can't go very deep, right? Whereas students who could respond to all of these things clearly understand the particular topic or concept that we're teaching. And so here are a couple of examples of Freyer diagrams. And you can change some of these too. So I've seen, particularly for younger students, there might be draw what it looks like, draw what it doesn't look like. And so there's different ways that you can approach this and have students share their ideas. So here's a science example with greenhouse gases or the gases that harm the planet. And so what's the main issue? What are examples of issues related to greenhouse gases? What are some policies designed to curb these gases? What are some possible impacts on the environment of these policies? And so again, really doing a deep dive into greenhouse gases and the impact that they have on the planet. Here's an example from a book called Taming of the Shrew, but you could use this for any book, but you would just change the focus. And so this one's about power. So where do you have power in your life? Where do you lack power in your life? What are some Taming of the Shrew characters who had it? And what are some characters from the story who didn't have it? And so again, you're taking a deep dive into the concept of power in this particular story. This is an elementary science example, thinking about mammals. And so what are mammals? Write or draw some examples of mammals, and write or draw some non-examples of mammals. And so we're trying to simplify things for younger students here in this Freyer diagram. But hopefully you're getting a feel for how, if you use this with your students, you're really going to get a nice picture for what they've learned. And so if you were to teach a lesson on mammals and then give them this Freyer diagram to fill out, you would really have some helpful information about how to support your students in their next steps. Here's a math example for polygons or rectangles. And so students could choose. And so you define it. What are some important clues for how you know which is which? Draw and label 2 examples, and then draw and label 2 non-examples. All right. And then one last example, and this is for a Spanish class, but you could do it for any language. What is a definition of, so this one is for faltar, which is the term in the middle here. What's your definition? What's an example of using it? And so draw an image to help you remember. So 1 example, 2 example, and then illustrate it. So what's your definition? What's using it in a sentence once, using it in a sentence twice, and then drawing it or illustrating it. And so that's how that particular example. So I wanted to pause here for a couple minutes and let you think about this first type of formative assessment that we talked about, these Freire diagrams, and think about how you might use something similar. And so if you want to look at your learning objectives you've identified and say, oh, this one would work really, a Freire diagram would work really well with this one particular objective that I identified. I wanted to pause and let you actually sketch that out and think about what that might be. And so we'll pause for about 4 or 5 minutes here and let you think. And then we're going to talk about our second strategy, which is the more open-ended type questioning that gives students opportunities for self-reflection. So we'll pause for about 4 or 5 minutes here and give you a chance to think about Freire diagrams and how you might use them. All right, about 2 more minutes, think about how you might use Freire diagrams. All right, take about 30 more seconds and just try to wrap up what you're thinking right now, and then we will talk about the second strategy. And thank you all, those who are sharing ideas in the chat. Those are great, and I think everybody learns from seeing them, so appreciate that. All right, so the second strategy, and I'm going to give you several different examples here, and after each one, I'm just going to leave it for a second and let you read and kind of think through, just to make sure that you have time to process. And these are prompts for self-assessment. So I mentioned that students, we have some that are like this Freire diagrams that are very targeted for a specific learning objective. So whether it's polygons, rectangles, things like that. For these ones, they're more open-ended. The reason is because we really want to give students opportunities to reflect and think about where they are in relationship to the objectives that we've identified. And so rather than asking them questions to kind of show what we've learned, we're asking them questions to reflect on what they've learned. And some of these examples come from a book that two of my colleagues wrote, and it's called Differentiation in the Elementary Grades. And so there's a few examples here from that book that are really, really high quality examples. And so for this one is how many bars. And so this one's related to cell phones. And so it kind of uses that analogy. And so after today's lesson, I have full bars, I'm getting it. Some bars, I'm in and out with this, or no bars, I've lost signal. And specifically, here's where I think I need better coverage. So here's where I need to get better. And so some students might be like, I'm full bars, I'm getting it, I think I'm okay. Some students might say, I have no bars, I've lost my signal, here's where I need help tomorrow. And so they can tell you what they need, what support they need to, or where they need to go the next day to improve and grow. And so that's a very helpful way to dig deeper into student learning. This example is called Important Things. And so for this one, we're asking students to say, here are some important things about what I just learned. So here are two important things. And for this example, it's about cell respiration or any cell function. And so some important things I learned are this, but the most important thing is this because. And so we're asking them to reflect on what was the most important thing you learned today. And so we could look through some student responses and say, okay, students are really they really took away this one big thing that I taught them, and that's good. Or it's great that they took away that one thing, but I have other things that I'd like them to learn as well. And so you might realize that you need to do some reteaching if they didn't take away what you expected them to. Here's another example called Be Sure To. So students should be sure to do blank when solving a problem or considering some kind of evidence. And so when students are, solving for the area of a triangle, they should be sure to do blank because. And so again, sort of reflecting on what they learned, right? And so we give them the topic, we give them the objective and say, what do you remember about this? But it's different ways of sharing that with students and getting them to share their ideas. And then this last example is one that I really like, and I really like it because it targets back to the learning objective for a particular lesson. Excuse me, for a particular lesson. And so, what was the point of today's lesson? What's all squared away for you? And then, what from today's lesson can't you quite wrap your head around yet? So, what were we supposed to learn? What makes sense? And then, what's confusing for you? And then going back, because it goes back to this objective, because again, we have to start with what are we learning? What are we learning? What are we learning? If we start with that, then we're able to really help students reflect and dive a little bit deeper into that particular concept. Here's another example of a way we can kind of use an open-ended type prompt with students. It's called a 3-2-1 blast off, or just a 3-2-1 card. So write, or if students are younger, they struggle writing, tell me the three most important ideas you've learned so far. Write or tell me 2 questions you still have about what you've learned. And then write or tell me 1 way you can use what you've learned. So how can you apply it? How can you use that learning? This one's an exit ticket that gets more specifically to an objective. And so for this one, it's addition. But I think it's helpful for students, for people who teach younger students, just to see how this can work for them too. And so how many pencils do you see? If I added 1 more pencil, how many would there be? And get students to use that to make sense of the question. I also love using emojis. And so if you ever, if your students are into emojis, you can always use those to help them describe what they're learning. And so for this one, today we learned about blank. You can leave it open. Again, the objective. Circle one of the faces to express how you're feeling and describe that feeling to me, or write about that feeling. And so students could, circle the emoji that where it kind of describes where they are and then be able to support that. And then last, here are next to last, I have 1 more slide that I'll share with you in just a moment. Here are a set of prompts and questions to spur connections and enduring memories. And so these are really ways we can help students summarize what they're learning. This last one in particular is one that I use with my college students a lot, is particularly if a student has missed class, write a note to them to tell them the 3 or 4 key ideas in terms of what they learned or what they should have learned. And so that's really nice because it gets them to summarize what they would share, what they took away from a particular lesson. And so these are some great prompts or questions. I like this one too. What do you predict will happen in next class? And so you're kind of looking forward with that. So based on what we learned today, what might happen next? And get students to think about that as well. And I'm going to put in just a few moments, I'm going to pause again and give you some time to process. I'm going to put these questions back up just so you can see them again, since they're the in-depth one. And then lastly, if you're familiar with, whatever technology is available to you and your students, but Flipgrid is a tool that I use a lot where it gives students opportunities to record videos of them speaking. It's very easy to create. If you have access to it, it's very easy to create a class, to put your students into that class, and then to just record prompts for them or to write out prompts for them. And then they basically go to the page, the link that you send them, and they click on a button and they can record. And so they can record their response, and you can change the length. You can change it from 30 seconds to 60 seconds to 5 minutes. And it's completely free to use. It's Microsoft bought it and made it free. And so this is one way you can use that, and it's called an elevator speech. And so in the world of advertising or marketing, the whole idea is that you're going to a meeting and you get stuck with an executive or somebody from the company in the elevator, and you've got 30 seconds to pitch your best idea. And so I always, with my students, it's, well, pitch to me what the best idea from this class was, or pitch to me what you learned from this class, and I'll give them 30 seconds. And so they'll record that and share their ideas. And so that's one way you can use kind of that summarizing and reflecting technique as well. So we talked about 2 different types of formative assessments. There's the type where we're identifying just specific questions we're asking students, and I share the Frere diagrams as a possible strategy for that. And then these kind of exit tickets are just prompts that we give students that are open-ended, that give them opportunities to reflect about what they learned and kind of where they are in relationship to the learning goals that have been identified. And so I wanted to pause here, and I'm going to put these questions back up because I really like them. And this comes from a book called Understanding by Design Meets Neuroscience by Jay McTighe and Judy Willis, which is just a great book about some really effective teaching and learning and curriculum strategies. So I wanted to pause here for about 4 or 5 minutes and let you think about some strategies that you might use to give students opportunities to self-reflect, to process, to think about what they've learned and kind of and where they started and where they are now. So we'll pause for about 5 minutes and then we'll transition to the next piece here today. And again, if you have ideas in the chat, feel free to share them. About 2 more minutes and we'll transition to the next piece. So there was a really good question that was asked in the chat, and I'll pause here just to address this because I think it's a good time to do it. And so the question was, if the goal with these exit tickets is to get students to think about their learning or reviewing it for feedback, and sometimes one and sometimes the other. And if you have a class of 30 and you've got a lot of students, I'm going to share a strategy with you in just a minute that is a great tool for feedback, where you don't have to spend a lot of time reviewing their work. And so some of it's for self-reflection, for them just to think about where they are and to understand that. And sometimes it's for you to use that information to then plan and think about how that kind of impacts your work. And so both of those, I think, are valuable. So when students summarize their learning, that leads to more effective memories. And so students remember more when they summarize. Students are more likely to remember when they self-reflect. But we also, from time to time, want to use that information to give feedback and then help students grow. And so both of those are kind of important parts to that. Sure, no problem. So that's a good transition into what we're going to get into. And so the goal with all of the formative assessment is that we can sort of peer inside students' brains a little bit and really see what's happening and see what's going on, because we don't know, right? Unless we ask, unless we see their work, it's really hard to understand what they're thinking, what they're processing, and kind of what's going on. And so with all that's the point, right? But what do we do with that information? So I just talked a little bit about how sometimes it's great just to give them opportunities to summarize, because that can lead to self-reflection and better memories and things like that. But there are also opportunities we want to say, okay, what do we do next? Our goal with all our students, regardless of what their needs are, is to try to help them move +1 forward every chance we have, right? So we start with them here, and then we're going to try to help them move +1 here, and then try to move them +1 here. And if that's our goal with students, that every day we're aiming for +1, and then the next day we're going to aim for +1, then we're gonna grow those students as much as we can during the time that we have them. And so that's the mentality or the philosophy that I approach with teaching and learning, is that it's all about +1, and that comes from John Hattie's work that I mentioned earlier. It's sort of his mantra about moving students +1. So there's a few ways we can do this, and we're going to focus on a couple of these today. And I'm going to go for about another 20 minutes or so, and then the last 10 minutes I'll make sure to leave to address a few of the questions that you all have. But I wanted to share some resources with you all that are available. And the first of these is a video clip, and I'm going to put this in the chat only so you can watch it later. And so let me make sure this goes to everybody. So this is a video called My Favorite Wrong Answer. It's a 8th grade math classroom, and the teacher basically gives a quick exit ticket at the beginning of class, really quickly looks through them and says, okay, here's the most common mistake that students made. And then she shows the problem, shows that mistake to students, without singling any students out or saying who made the mistake, because multiple students did. And so she shares that mistake and has students go through that mistake and say, what's wrong, right? Or what's right first, like, what did you do well in this problem? Then what's wrong? And the entire class participates and they share their takeaways and kind of what they're seeing. And so it's about a 5-minute video clip, and it's definitely worth watching if you had a chance, because it's a way that you can give feedback to students about mistakes and put them in the driver's seat, right? They're controlling it because they're saying, that part is right, that part is wrong. Here's how I know it's wrong. Here's how I know it's right. And it really encourages some good discussions in the class about student learning. And so that's a really great strategy. And that falls under the category of error analysis. Is a mistake, and we're going to analyze that mistake as a class, and we're going to try to figure out what to do better next time. And so you're giving students that information to help them kind of, or they're coming up with that information to help move them +1 forward as they go on their learning journeys. And so I use this strategy with my college students. My college students are going to be future teachers. And so they create lesson plans, they create unit plans. And typically I'll give them a lesson plan that has mistakes that would be like a first draft that someone maybe turned in a different semester. And then I have them go through that lesson in small groups and say, here are the mistakes that I'm seeing, right? Here's what I see that's wrong. And what it does is it helps prevent them from making the same mistakes when they turn in their lessons. And so it's maybe like 6 or 7 common mistakes in lesson planning. Here they are, right? Go through this lesson and try to identify them. And then students do that. And by doing that, it really does promote a better product or more quality work on the part of the students at the end. Here's the second thing that we can talk about with regard to using formative assessment is providing students with feedback. And so I've got a couple slides I wanted to share with you about feedback, and then I've got a few examples that we'll talk through as well of feedback in action, kind of what that looks like. And so for this one, this comes from Dylan William, who wrote the book Inside the Black Box. And so it's about the black box being students' heads. So inside that black box, we can't see anything. And so that's why we use formative assessments, right? That's why we do that. So I wanted to pause here just for a couple minutes and let you read these guidelines and think about how it relates to you and your work, right? And so thinking about focusing on the task at hand rather than the recipient's ego, and focuses on things that are within the recipient's control. So those are 2 elements of effective feedback. And so I'll pause here and let you read this and just think about how this applies to you and your work. Just pause for about 2 minutes here. So one of the things that I like with this second one in particular is when he talks about how telling a student who is an aspiring basketball player to be taller or an unsuccessful comedian to be funnier, right? So feedback can be true, but it's also useless if it's outside of our control. And so we want to make sure to focus in on the student's control. And feedback, as was mentioned earlier, when you have a class with 30 plus students, giving feedback takes time. And it takes a lot of effort and it takes a lot of time. And so if we're going to invest the effort and time to give students feedback, we want to make sure it's as impactful as it can be. So what we don't want to do is give students feedback that's not going to matter, right? Or that they're not going to understand, or that it's not going to be as useful or beneficial to our learners. And so this is a chart that was adapted from Fisher and Fry's work, talking about types of feedback. And so I wanted to share this because there's a couple things on here that I think are really valuable when we consider how we give students feedback. And so they classify 4 different sort of types of feedback here. And so there's feedback about the task, feedback about the processing of the task, feedback about self-regulation, and feedback about the self as a person. So let's start with that first one, feedback about the task. For this one, an example might be, make sure to change this from a period to an exclamation mark. And so we're looking at a student essay or something they've written, and we want to make sure that they use the correct punctuation. This is somewhat useful because if we have students who are able to infer or figure out what they need to do in the future when they write again, then that can be helpful. But not all our students are going to be able to do that, and not every time we give that particular type of feedback. And so rather than just making marks on papers, we want to instead give them something that's about doing it better in the future, right? What kind of feedback can I give you that's going to help you be better next time you write, or next time you solve a math problem, or next time you do a science lab, whatever that is. And so the second type of feedback is a little more beneficial, and that's feedback about the processing of the task. What thinking goes into being successful on this particular learning objective or this target? And so for this one, you seem to want to emphasize this point, whatever that point is. Be sure to use punctuation to capture that intensity so your reader understands this as well. Now look at that compared to the one above it. The first one is, fix this thing right here. The second one is, here's why you need to use different punctuation so that when you do it in the future, you'll know the correct way to do it. And so that feedback isn't about just that one time, it's about what they're going to do in the future. And that's really, really helpful for students. The other type of feedback, the third one that's really helpful for students, is about self-regulation, is about strategies or tools that they can use to do better work in the future. And so for this example, we're following kind of the same example here, but read that passage aloud to yourself after you rewrite it to see if it matches the level of intensity you intend. So you use a period, go back and reread it. Is that period what you really meant? Or would an exclamation point really would have gotten that intensity that you meant to get across with that paragraph you wrote? So ideally, we could combine feedback about processing and feedback about self-regulation to really, really help students do better work in the future, right? Here's what you need to do in terms of this skill, and here's how just more broadly you can be better at regulating and thinking about your work. And so strategies like you're writing aloud to you afterwards, or using estimation strategies in math to make sure that the solution you came up with is even reasonable. And being able to think through that. What we want to avoid as much as possible is that last one, feedback about the self as a person. And so saying, you're so smart, you did great, without any information as to why that is or what they can do better next time isn't very helpful. It's not really as useful. And so what we really want to focus on are these two middle ones here, thinking about feedback about the processing of the task and feedback about self-regulation. Both of those are really important. And then 6 characteristics of effective feedback. We want it to be specific and descriptive, very targeted, right? And that has to do with that learning outcome. It's goal specific, but not personal. That was talked about here. Focus on the task rather than the recipient's ego. We're not personal with students. It's about what the learning is, what I'm seeing here. It should be understandable or user-friendly for students. guided by clear criteria, timely. And so that means based on recent evidence. So we're looking at the most recent information. So it's not what you turned in a week ago, it's what you're doing right now. And it should be actionable. So students should be able to take next steps based on that. So I'm going to share an example here in just a moment of a feedback that was given on a really short writing assignment for a student. And I want you to think about why this first example is ineffective feedback. Why do you think this feedback is not effective? And I'll give you a few minutes to read and think, and then I will share what effective feedback would look like for this particular example. So this is the writing assignment they had, and here's the prompt. They had to write a paragraph answering, do dogs or cats make better pets? And they needed, the criteria was clear topic sentence, clear concluding sentence, and 3 supporting details. All right, and so I'll let you see this feedback and think about why is this ineffective? And again, if you'd like to share anything in the chat, feel free. I'll pause for about 2 minutes. Why is this feedback ineffective? All right, so I'm seeing a few comments here. No explanation, only found the negative, did nothing good about what was in here, which is true. So from time to time, we want to make sure to show students what they did well as part of this too. But the big thing that I think is being pointed out is that there's no information about the processing, right? And so these comments here are just crossing through and circling all these red marks on here. There's no information about why this feedback isn't useful for or it should be used by students going forward, right? There's no information about why they should change things or do things differently. There's no information about processing or self-regulation. There's nothing to help students improve going forward. It's just correcting mistakes. And so that's why that's one reason this is ineffective. The second reason, and this one's a little bit trickier, is that here's the criteria. Everything over here, the feedback that was given, right, based on all these marks that are on here, it's all really about kind of like grammar and spelling. There's nothing about topic sentence, concluding sentence, and supporting details in this feedback. And so it's not really related to the criteria, and it doesn't really help students improve again in the future. And so again, if you're going to take the time to look at student work and give feedback, we want to do it in a way that's really going to encourage growth on the part of students. So let's look at a different example here. And this one's the exact same response. It's just, it doesn't have all the marks on it. And so possible teacher comments, and this one's about self-regulation, and so processing and self-regulation are kind of both rolled in here. So look at your topic and concluding sentences and think about the purpose of each. Do you think either could be written? Why? And so essentially, if you read this, what students did was to write the same sentence twice, right? Once for the topic and once for the conclusion. And so rather than doing that, what's different? What's the point of a topic sentence? What's the point of a concluding sentence? And how can you improve that work? And so the feedback that we give students here is about self-regulation. It's about processing. It's about helping them understand that the next time that they write something, here's what to think about when you write a topic sentence, when you write a concluding sentence. And it's directly related to these criteria that are here. So 2 of these 3 criteria are being addressed with that feedback. And so we're really thinking critically about the work that students are doing. I'm going to skip ahead. We've got about 5 more minutes until I want to pause for questions. And so I wanted to talk about the very last thing. So we talked about these 2, error analysis, and there's again, please go, that link that I sent, please go watch that video if you can. It's a really, really good video on error analysis. And then qualitative feedback, again, if we're going to take the time to give feedback, let's make it as quality and impactful as possible. Then the last thing is instructional design. And so how is our teaching, our instruction that we use, how does that feed students forward as well? And so if we're looking at these formative assessments and seeing that students are making a common error, or half our class is here and half our class is here, how can we then design instruction to support learners? And again, I'm skipping ahead a little bit here. So this is a strategy that you can use to analyze student work and then design instruction. And it's a protocol. It's a set of steps that just helps you go through the process of thinking through. And basically, you give a formative assessment to your students. So next time you're in the classroom, you could say, I want to give a Freire diagram. Or I want to use questioning in the classroom, and I'm going to make some notes on how students did. Then you're saying, okay, where am I seeing some patterns emerge, right? There are common errors students are making. Are there common mistakes? Are there things that they're doing well, right? That's common amongst them. And so you might say, I've got 3 different patterns that sort of have come out of these formative assessments that I've given. And I'm going to show you an example of this in just a moment, of a common like error or mistake that students make. And then you can think about what would I label these groups as, right? What were the common mistakes? What was the common error, and how can I help them improve? And then you're thinking about, what's your next step, right? I'm trying to move this group that all had the same error. I'm trying to move them +1 forward. So what's going to help that group move +1 forward? What's going to help this group who did a really great job on this and needs to be challenged? What can I give them to move them +1 forward? And so if you're familiar with the idea of differentiated instruction, this is what that's all about. It's about how we help students take these next steps that's more individually appropriate for their needs. And when you have classes with 30+ students in them, we can't do a different thing for every single learner, but we can say, here's a common mistake. Let's have these students work on something. Here's a common thing that they did well. Let's have these students work on something. And then you could have different groups functioning together in the classroom, but working on different things. So what does this look like? Here's a template, that just a way to think about this. And there's 4 patterns that are listed here, but again, you might only have 2 patterns, you might have 3 patterns. Just when you look at student work, where do you see that, right? What differences do you see among their work? And so I wanted to go through a quick example of this with you, and then again, I'll pause and answer a few questions here to close things. So here's our objective. Here's the learning objective. Let's just say that I taught this objective, right? Solve multi-step word problems posed with whole numbers, including problems in which remainders must be interpreted. So I'm doing multi-step word problems, and there's going to be remainders, and I need to figure out what that means. So here's the question. Here's the prompt. There are 295 students in the school. School buses hold 25 students. How many school buses are needed to fit all the students, right? So again, multi-step word problem with the remainder that I need to interpret. All right, so here's a sample student response. And this student has made an error, and they've done something as incorrect. And so what I'd like to put to you all in a moment is, what would you do for this student? Let's say you've got 4 students like her who made the same mistake. What would you do for this student? So here's the mistake. Here's her response. So let's say you gave this question as an exit ticket, right? Or a formative assessment. And here was her response. My answer is 320 school buses. I saw the word all and I knew I needed to add. So I added 295 and 25 and I got 320. Now, we all know that that is not even remotely close to the correct answer. And so as a result, what do? Right? This student is not understanding what that problem is asking. So what are our next steps? So let's say she and some other students in the class fall into pattern one. And pattern one is students, what are the distinguishing features, right? What are the distinguishing features of that response? The distinguishing features are that she identified keywords and used those to solve, but didn't understand the context of the problem. She knew that strategy to circle and underline keywords, but she wasn't able to understand what that meant in terms of actually solving the problem. But she was able to add correctly. So she did actually add. She did that well. So she did the arithmetic, she did the math just fine, but her understanding of what the problem was asking was not correct. So what could you do? What would be a next step or an activity? And so that's what this is trying to address here. And this is just an idea. There's not one right answer. There's multiple ways you could approach this. But this is a way that you could really help this student. And so with this student, and let's say you've got 4 or 5 other students in the class that made that same mistake. Let's put them together in a group. And I've got a set of word problems, and they're different operations that those students are using to solve those word problems. Let's say it's 5 word problems. Students don't have to solve the problems, not first at least, but they do need to identify for each problem what operations they would use. Is it subtraction? Is it addition? Is it multiplication? Is it division? Tell me how you would solve this. Have them identify that. Then go to that small group just very briefly and make sure that what they've identified as the operation that they need to use is correct, right? And if so, check. You all go ahead and solve those problems. And so in the future, right, when they have similar word problems again, when they're asked to solve something like this, you're going to get a much more accurate response than this, because you step back and say, something is wrong here. I need to correct this before we go forward. And if I don't, you're not going to understand word problems, right? You're really going to struggle with these. And so I'm going to use this strategy to give you a chance and others who made the similar mistake to be able to move forward +1, right? That day they move forward +1. And then just as an example for pattern 2, let's just say those students knew they needed to use division, but they made a mistake with their calculation. So for them, I might just have them do division problems, right? And just do like 10 problems and solve those. And then let's say I've got a third pattern here, and these students nailed it. They were good to go. They understood the problem. They got it correct. I might challenge them with 4-digit numbers, right? And having to use it, be a little more challenging for them. And then in the end, I might have students come back together and just all, maybe mix them up into groups and have them work on challenging word problems. So that's a third way that we can use formative assessments to impact our teaching. And so I'm going to go back up and just show you this again, because these are the 3 different strategies. So we talked about clarity and why that's so important. We talked about identifying learning goals. We talked about different strategies, both for self-reflection, self-assessment, but also maybe targeting specific learning goals and checking for understanding. Then we said, okay, now what? And we looked at error analysis. And again, please do go back and watch that video. And we looked at qualitative feedback as another tool we can use to support students. And lastly, how can we use our instruction, our teaching, to help feed those students forward? And that's really the last approach there. So our objectives for today, clarifying and communicating objectives. So starting with that, right? And then we talked about designing formative assessments. And then finally, how can we use effective feedback in the classroom? And so it's a lot to cram into 85 minutes. But I have about 5 minutes left. So if anybody has a couple of questions, if I have time, I'm happy to address those if you'd like to share. You're welcome.
Prof. Eric?
Yes.
Yeah, is there any questions for Prof. Eric? We're waiting for the questions, right, Prof? Any more questions for Prof. Eric before we wrap up the session? Or is it, Prof, would you like to, will you allow the participants to turn on the microphone if they want to have like few words to say to you? Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, can the strategic communication unit technical team please turn on the microphone? So if you want to say a few words to Prof. Eric. Anyone would like to say a few words to Prof. Eric? We can turn on your microphone. Just raise your hands. No question because his explanation is so detailed. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
I'm from the Philippines. Thank you, Dr. Eric.
Thank you.
Anyone? Okay. Can you please turn on the microphone for Miss Napa Jumpatip from Thailand? Okay, Miss
Hello.
Napa.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Prof. Eric, can you stop sharing so we can put you on the main screen? Thank you. Yes, we can hear you, Miss Napa. Go ahead.
Hi everyone. I want to ask about my child is early childhood and they can give me feedback for my teaching. How can we get the feedback from them or give them feedback like it's not writing or speaking, but how we give a feedback.
So I missed the first part of that, but I think if you're not having students who are writing or anything like that, then I think somebody mentioned it in the chat earlier, but there are signals that you can use with students that can give you great feedback in terms of how they're doing. So that self-assessment piece, right? And so rather than having questions that they're going to have to respond to that are longer, just saying, here's our objective we learned today. Give me a thumbs up if you feel confident, a thumbs down if you don't, thumbs sideways if you're kind of unsure. And you could just use a checklist and make note of which students got it, were a little bit confused, and then we're really confused. And then you can sort of use that. So yeah, hand gestures are great. You can use cards that may be like color coded. And so you might have a green card and a red card. And so the green one means I understand, or red card means I have a question. And so these signal strategies can really work for all students, and they're very engaging too. So we're asking students to respond to questions as we go. So that might be a strategy you might try.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. And thank you, Miss Napa, for the question. So I must say on behalf of all the participants, we thoroughly enjoyed your presentation, Prof. Your delivery was so engaging, and as a matter of fact, I lost track of time, to be honest. Thank you very much for an enlightening and stimulating presentation, Prof. We are delighted and honored to have you as our distinguished speaker for today. And now we would like to give you your certificate for today. Okay, let's give a round of applause to Prof. Eric there in our chat box. Okay, from Myanmar. Thank you, Dr. Eric. Prof. Eric, would you like to say a few words to our participants here? There are approximately 194 of us here. Any last words from you, Prof?
No, just thank you so much. I really appreciate all the engagement and the responses and the ideas. It was really lovely to learn from you all as well. So thank you so much. I appreciate you having me.
Thank you. Let's take a picture with Prof. Eric, shall we? So everybody turn on your camera. Mr. Ashra, Mr. Eddie, we're gonna take one photo with Prof. Eric here. Everybody smile. 1, 2, 3. And one more, shall we? 1, 2, 3. Yay, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Eric. Thank you so much. We really learned a lot from your session. Thank you. And to the participants, great engagement and great support from all of you. Thank you so much. We'll take a break now and we'll come back at 10:45 for the next session with Prof. Santoshi. In the meantime, take care, Prof. Eric. Good night. It's nighttime there. Good night. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, we'll see you later at 10:45, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you. Attendee for Myanmar.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hello. Okay. Assalamualaikum and welcome. I'm here. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, so we're still waiting for Prof. Santoshi to join us because she's from India. I think there's a little bit of issues there, technical part. So we're glad that the session with Prof. Eric earlier was smooth and a lot of engagement going on. So while waiting for Prof. Santoshi, can I please get some feedback from participants? Let's see. Participants from Thailand. Okay. How are the session from yesterday and today? Can you give like a summary of what you have learned from yesterday and today? Or like what Prof. Eric mentioned earlier, pitch in what you have learned, right? What are the key points that you have learned from yesterday and today? Izin menyimak saja bahasa Inggeris saya kurang cakap. It's okay. Tak apa-apa, Bapak Makmun. Kita belajar bersama-sama ya, Bapak. Okay, so how can we get participants from Thailand to give us some feedback from yesterday and today's session? Chapatana, how are you?
Yeah, so sorry, I just be back. So I had 6 when I tried to join for the second day. But but I read on like message from MOE Thailand. Like they say, and I just like pinch a while. They just show about some like how to check screenings about some like report case. So sorry, but I don't know at all. I start to wait for her. I think like
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chapatana. Welcome back to our training session.
Yeah, thank you. I will try my best, even though I had sick, because I really interesting. I'm very interested this topic.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Chapatana. How about Miss Viracha? Miss Viracha Muangmun? Miss Viracha Muangmun from Regional Special Education Center. Hi. What have you learned from yesterday and today's session? Yeah.
I learned about screenings produced like a 5 process. 1 is observe, 2 interviews, 3 checks and select the tunes. 4 is compete, tune and refer. And I realized about observe, not judgment. Observe is what we can see, and they do it.
Yeah, it has to be like measurable for us to assess the students, right, Miss Viracha?
Yes.
Would you like to add Miss Kwanchai Atepa yang Wong? Miss Kwanchai Atipan Yang Wong? Yeah, hello. Sawadika.
Sawadika. What?
Yeah, what have you just some short notes on what you have learned from yesterday and today's session?
Okay, yesterday I learned so many about children with disabilities, and in breakout room we are changing some experience about many cases. Yes.
Yeah, the breakout room was fun, yeah?
Yes.
You get to meet the teachers from other countries as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. ขอบคุณมาก Mr. Wirapong Suma.
สวัสดีครับ
Hi. สวัสดีค่ะ
Hi.
Hi. Would you like to share some of your just give us some comment on what you have learned from yesterday and today, so we as SEAMEO SEN can also improve ourselves.
Yesterday I've learned about a strategy and about the screening procedures, how to observe, interview, check, complete, refer. This is like a screening procedure about that. Yeah, and this is my first time that I enjoy this because I used to teach the children with disabilities that is and and at the time that in the breakout room I saw the video and I learned a lot about this, and thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. We look forward to more fruitful learning session with our next speaker. So thank you. ยินดีที่ได้รู้จักค่ะ Mr. Wirapong. Okay, let us call participants from Myanmar. Hello, Myanmar. Mr. Meet Ma Aung from Myanmar. Can we have few words from you? Can we get some feedback and comments from what you have learned yesterday and today? After
Hello.
Myanmar, yeah, hello.
Can you hear?
We can hear you, but there's an echo. Are you
Yeah,
opening two
echo.
devices? Are you opening two devices there? We just mute the
Just a
one.
minute.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
This is my first online learning. To be 2 days with a new information get, and yesterday we don't know what the civil time and how to prepare about their lives. So we have too much information we get.
Are you a mainstream school teacher or are you a teacher for the students with disabilities? Yeah. Are you a teacher, Mr.?
Yes, a teacher.
You're a teacher. So you teach students with disabilities or mainstream students?
Mainstream student.
Oh, okay. So this is
in
something...
Myanmar, we are missing together teaching.
I see. So it's co-teaching with teachers with disabilities.
The disability child as a leader in my school, so we can always see normal student. So we can always see mainstream, but we are missing in the school.
Oh, missing in school.
About my teaching life.
All right. So it's inclusive classroom as well, yeah, Mr.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Can we have from Myanmar? One more from Myanmar, maybe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any volunteer from Myanmar? Mr. Tura Poilwin?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, I'm from Myanmar. Yes, actually, I'm normal school teacher. No, not from a disabled school. So I have a little knowledge about how to teach disabled students. After attending your course, I got a lot of knowledge, especially how to prepare to teach this kind of student. As well as I get how to assess the students. Yes, I get a lot of knowledge
Mm.
from this course.
Thank you so much. There will be
And
more to learn. There will be more to learn with our
okay.
speakers and yeah.
And then I know every time special, they have potential, their works to be an educated one. So we need to teach to be educated one.
Mm-hmm.
Every time special.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'd like to hear more from other countries as well. But Prof Santoshi is here. Hello, Prof. Good morning. From Malaysia here to you. We are mixing teaching. All right. Thank you so much. We are Prof Santoshi. Can you hear me well? Prof Santoshi is from University of Calcutta, India, and there right now it's quite early in the morning. It's like 8:30 a.m. there. So, Prof Santoshi, are you able to hear me? Perhaps the technical team, can you please?
Yes. Wait.
spotlight-
I am here.
Ah,
So earlier, just give me 1 minute.
yeah, sure. Hello, Prof.
Hello.
Okay. Just to let you know that there are about 190 participants here who are teachers, and some are school administrators, some are mainstream teachers, while some are teachers who are teaching students with disabilities. We have participants from Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Myanmar, as well as Singapore with us today. And so they have been actively engaging with the speakers. Yesterday we had Miss Renixi, and today earlier we had Prof. Eric Kaber, and now we have Prof. Santoshi Helder. Okay, so we're going to start in a short while, Prof. Okay, as for the materials, okay, we have participants asking for materials. Yes, we will share the materials of Prof. Eric with you after day 3. Okay, and Prof. Santoshi also will share. Some we will share during the session, or some we will share after the day 3 session. Okay, Prof. Santoshi is still
Yeah, so Hela, give me 1 minute.
sure.
Let me open my screen, and then we will start in time. It was at 8:30, so we will start in time. No problem. There is still 5 minutes left. Okay.
Sure, no problem. I'm just gonna like chit chat with the participants here.
Yeah. That's
nice
what I'm
to see
checking
that.
with.
Yeah.
Yes.
But perhaps we can get one more participant from Burma, Myanmar, who would like to share feedback from yesterday's session, yesterday and today's session. Anyone from Myanmar would like to do so? You have like 1 minute to share with us. No one from Myanmar? How about the Philippines? Mabuhay, Philippines. Mr. Brian Marasingan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good day to everyone.
Good day.
I'm a SPED teacher in the Philippines. So one thing that I've learned so much for today's session is about the feedbacking, formative assessments. It's very important to deal more on the target objectives by help your students, especially students with learning disabilities. What are the things that they should do, and analyze it for them to be able to improve, rather than giving them just the correction and not knowing what are their mistakes are, or not realizing what are their mistakes are. So that's one of the things that I have learned so far for today's session. Thank you.
Well said, Mr. Brian. Thank you so much for the input. How about Miss Dating Galing? Tatin Galing from Philippines? Can we get some feedback from you? Oh, you're still muted there, Miss Tatin Galing. Oh yeah, you need to turn on your microphone. Hold on a moment, please.
Okay.
Okay. Yes,
Okay,
Prof.
Sohaila, I'm ready.
All right,
So,
Prof.
I don't know about your time. My time is 8:25 still, but we can start. Thank you so much, Sohalia. Do I start or do you want to introduce or something you
Yes,
want to
yes.
do from your side, or I can start straight away?
Just a few seconds. Let me just introduce you, Prof. Santoshi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Prof. Santoshi Halder, a professor from University of Calcutta, India, here with us. So we're so honored to have you joining us, and there's so much to learn from you, and we look forward to it. Let us give a round of applause in the chat box for Prof. Santoshi there. So, well, welcome for Prof. Santoshi in the chat box. Yay, there you go. Okay, Prof. Just to hype you up a little bit. Okay, Prof, the floor is yours when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Thanks. It's a full-fledged house. Really glad to talk to you.
We have until 1 p.m., Prof.
Yes, so we have 2 sessions. We will be getting a lot of time to talk to discuss, to interact, and to solve a lot of your issues that you are having or facing in your schools while catering the needs of special needs students, which is a very, very pertinent need right now when we are talking of sustainable development, when we are talking of inclusion of the people with special needs, inclusion of the people with diverse needs, which includes various types of students and childrens and people, not only in the schools and class, but also around that we are seeing, and who might be secluded for many reasons and not getting access to the mainstream schools or the teaching learning which is taking place by the teachers in the schools because they are not very used to those modes of teaching, or they might be very, very comfortable in other alternative modes of teaching. Okay, so I'm going to share the screen, and what we are going to, because we have a lot of time, so what we are going to do is today's session, I will start with basically autism. And the main reason for this is that autism and developmental disabilities, some of the crucial aspects of autism, for example, the main characteristics, the needs of the people with autism, the challenges that they face, the weaknesses that they have. I would not use this term weakness, but rather say the diversities that they have, and also the strengths that they have, because that's very important and that's very pertinent to understand as a teacher. While we get a student, while we get a child coming to the school, the first thing is not to focus on the weaknesses, or rather to uh, identify the strengths of the child, and then try to overcome any deficit that the child have with those strengths if that is possible, because that makes things so easier and convenient for us. And I believe that and we also should actually believe that each and every child has a lot of strengths, and if something is not working, we have to point like this, regard, like towards us and not towards the child. If something is not happening, you are teaching a child and something is not happening, that doesn't mean that the problem lies with the child, but rather the problem lies with us as a teacher, that we are not able to understand what is the need or requirement of the child, and we are not able to address those needs in the proper alternative way that is required, or that the child would be convenient or comfortable in. So that's very important for us as a teacher to take every child. Each and every child is important, and each child has potential. Each child will be able to progress. It's not about achieving some targets always, but what is important is whether the child is progressing or not. And that is what is important. For that, we need to identify the strengths, what the child has, and we have to believe that each and every child has potential and some or the other strength. Okay, I am going to share the screen.
Virtual background, it's fine.
You are able to see this?
Yes, yes, Prof.
I don't know how to remove it. Okay. So today's topic is autism. We will start with autism. We will go through a couple of important features and characteristics about children with autism. Some of the important aspect about identification. Then we will move forward towards the challenges, the needs. And in the later half, we would go through the interventions for people with autism, which also includes intervention for the developmental disabilities, mostly applied behavioral analysis based intervention. Okay. You are able to see the slide moving?
Yes, Prof. Now the highlights.
Yeah, it's moving, right? It's moving, right? Okay. So basically, we will go through the definition, the concept, the prevalence, the characteristics, and the challenges that the people with autism face in different walks of life. Then we will move towards the intervention, the science of applied behavioral analysis, and various concepts which will be very, very important for you and very significant for you for application in a mainstream or in a home environment, in a clinical environment, or in a school environment, in any context. It can be throughout the day that you will be able to apply the science of or the principles of applied behavioral analysis. We will go through a little bit in the single subject design research methodology so that you can apply this methodology while you take data. And then if we get time today, otherwise we will continue this session tomorrow morning. Some of the interventions and how that has been applied, planned, conceptualized, and how to apply that, and what are the effects or impacts that we would be able to see, so that it is easier for you to understand the entire. So the basic background, that is what is autism, what are the needs, what are the challenges, what are the strengths, and then we move forward towards some of the crucial challenges that we face in the identification of the identification or diagnosis. That is a crucial issue all over the world. And then we move forward towards applied behavioral based intervention, which is extremely effective to cater the needs of the people with autism. In order to apply ABA as an intervention, we need to understand single subject design research a little. So we will go through this, and some of the practical implementation of ABA-based intervention will also be shown and shared, so that you have a clear picture of what are the changes that it can lead to. We need to understand what is autism. How many of you work with people with autism? Can you just, whatever issues you have, just write in the chat box. I would be able to see. So, okay. So, there are people who are working with people with autism, right? I don't have to say with ASD, okay. But you have been working with developmental disabilities. And of course, there will be many places, and I would say surely you will come across a child with autism, and this presentation and the knowledge that will be shared here and discussed in interaction with you, that will of course help you in your future endeavor as a teacher. So autism spectrum disorder is a lifelong neurodevelopmental disorder, and it is considered the fastest growing developmental disabilities. We all know there are various kinds of developmental disabilities, and autism spectrum disorder is one of the very important and very significant, for the reason that it is increasing unprecedentedly. What is autism? It is characterized by deficit in multiple developmental areas. So there is not just one area, but there are various areas. For example, they may be having, if you see a child with autism, you won't be able to understand what kind, whether the child is having any issues or not at a glimpse. But while you spend a little bit more time, and maybe probably a day or two, you would be able to understand what are the issues, which ranges from mild to extremely severe. So the areas that they have, that they need additional support or some alternative ways of interventions, are the social skills, the communication, and the restricted patterns of behavior. So what is that? So, for example, it is said that while he communicates, there are various modes of communication. We are not just talking through the verbal language. There is facial features, there is body language, there is gestures, there are our emotions which are also getting expressed. For example, I can say the same sentence in different ways. For example, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? So with my expression, the entire intent gets changed. One is, I don't want that what you are doing, just stop it. And the other one is just asking simply, what are you doing? So for a child with autism, it might be a problem and issue to understand this difference. The child with blankly, he will take, what are you doing? And would not understand the emotions or the facial gesture, which forms a very, very important part of our communication. So the result is they are not able to decode multiple means of communication. For example, the way that we do, we can decode all of the various modes of communication simultaneously, which is required. But they are not able to. Okay, so next is, so when a child is not able, when a child or an adult is not able to decode all of the multiple means of communication in which a person is delivering or expressing, that might create a lot of issues, because the child or the person with autism will not be able to take part in that particular communication. And that will lead to going back to his shell. There are various other things that they may delve into because nobody can sit idle. There might be repetitive behaviors, for example, doing the same thing, or just looking to the fan like this, or just, putting your chair here and there. So there are various repetitive behaviors that comes in. And it might be difficult for a teacher to let the child focus in some learning activity, or it might be the basic skills also, because the child will be completely engrossed in other patterns of behavior. And the teacher doesn't know what to do about that, because the child doesn't sit. The child is completely engrossed and the child is not taking part in any social activity. The child is not looking into your eyes. So there are many these features and aspects which are underlying and underneath, which you will not be able to just see at a glimpse. For that, we need to read and we need to study the child and spend a quality time with the child. Now, as a special educator or any teacher, because we are talking of a school or a class which is going to be inclusive. So any of the mainstream schools also, you will be finding a child with autism, either identified or not identified. Now we have to identify. We will not go to the clinical assessment at the first go, because we have to get these indicators first. In order to understand there is a gap in the landmark. There is a discrepancy, what we see as we compare this kind of a child with the neurotypical child. So while I use this word, neurotypical, that means people who are not with any disability. Clear? So I will use this term as neurotypical or typical. That means a person without any disability. Okay, the term that laymen use is normal. We don't use normal and never use normal. There is no word called normal. It is just constructed by us. What average going people look like, do like, and that's called normal. So just remove this word. We don't use as a special educator normal. We use neurotypical or atypical, okay, or children with diverse needs, something like this. Now, why this is called, this is very important for each and every special educator to understand, because this is rising, not only in the developed countries, but very much in the southern countries. So what is the southern countries? That is the Asian countries. Those are the developing countries mostly, and it includes the Asian countries. So the prevalence of ASD is steadily climbing, okay? Previously it was 1 in 50 and now it is 1 in 59 as per the CDC. Okay, so the Center for Disease Control Prevention. Now there is a huge gap if you see the northern and southern gap, or I would say developing and developed country. Okay, and what is that? Most of the developed countries, you would see that the autism rate is very high. However, developed countries. However, in the developing countries, you might not see that, but that doesn't mean that there is very less rate of autism. The main issue is autism is not getting intellectually sound, above average intelligence. Okay. But simultaneously, they will be having and facing extreme difficulties either in social communication or emotional parts. So we say that they can be distinguished as Asperger's syndrome or having mild autism. Then we have this pervasive developmental disorder, which is called not otherwise specified. So this is slightly moving towards the severe. And then we have this autistic disorder. Then slightly we are moving towards very, very, very severe autism. So anybody will be able to identify that this child is having some issues, very, very great issues. However, the recent definition of autism is not considering these subcategories of autism. So what it is, now everything is getting under one umbrella term, that is autism spectrum disorder. So ASD, and that includes everything, all of the different categories of autism. So we don't actually use this term called Asperger or PDNOS. Everything is getting covered by one definition of autism, mild to severe. Okay, clear? Next is, see, this is the prevalence of autism spectrum disorder among children in selected countries. We have Japan, United States, Sweden, Denmark, United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Brazil, Hong Kong, Portugal. You can see this is per 10,000 children. And we can see how the rate is increasing. And now you have to find out why Japan is showing so high. Okay. Whether the diagnosis is very strong or there is very high rate of autism. We need to find out. The overall theme is, the outcome is, this is epidemic, this is in the rise, and we have 1% of the population, that is more than 63 million, who are having autism, as says and if you see the latest report, you will find that this is increasing more and more. Where is that? Wait. Okay, so you are able to follow? Just tell me if there is any issues, please. You can write in the chat box if there is any issues. You are able to follow this. We will proceed forward. No issues. Okay, good. You are able to follow, right? There is no problem in following?
Yeah, everything's okay, Prof.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Because I'm just a little concerned because I can see a lot of people from different parts of the world. So just want to make sure that everybody is able to follow. My speed is okay. The English is okay. I'm using very easy kind of English. And my pace, so the speed, or rather you want a little slower. Just let me know if there is any issues.
Prof, that is perfectly fine. Just we'll be coming into the screen-based the screening part as well as interventions, right, Prof?
Yes, yes.
All right, Prof.
Yes.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, okay. So see, this is the estimated rate, as I told. Now, this is the rate in US. Now, you find 1 in 59, as I told, in 2018. This is the prevalence in US. However, you find that within the country also, there is a lot of differences in the prevalence rate. For example, we see that 15% increase in prevalence, because see, this is the year 2004, 2006, so it was 1 in 166. Then it is increasing. Increasing means the rate is increasing. So 1 in 150. That means more people are having autism, either getting identified as autistic or it is on the rise. So this is about US. You might get, it is very difficult to get this trajectory of various other countries. Most of the developed countries only have this consistent pattern which is reported. So the prevalence is reported. So lately in 2018, it came to 1 in 59. So you can see there is a 15% increase in the prevalence. However, there is inter and intra-country variations. What is that? You see that there is 1 in 34 in New Jersey. That is 20% increase. And on the lower side, in Arkansas, it is 1 in 77. So within the country also, we see there is a lot of differences in the prevalence. And there is a lot of issues that needs to be understood why that is so, that within the country also, there is very many differences. This is one of the paper that we wrote, and which was published in Current Developmental Disorder in 1670, which was with Joshi Barbara, Josephine, and this is from the La Trobe University, Australia. They have OTAR, Olga Tennyson Autism Center. Cheryl is the center director, and they are one of the oldest autism center in Australia. And they are doing some cutting edge research. So while we try to understand the diagnostic issues, the identification issues of the people with autism in the developing country, we found some of the crucial points, which I'm going to share here. First of all, we as a teacher, or you as a teacher, need to understand that there is something called camouflaging. Have you heard this term? That's very, very commonly used, camouflaging. That the spelling is CAMOUFLAGE, camouflaging. And that means that we pretend, we hide our actual emotions or actual things. So we pretend something else, what we are not. Now, when it comes to autism, there is a lot of those traits which are very, very atypical. That means which deviate from the normal or the average going people. Nobody wants to feel deviated, right? So when these people with autism think that they are different from others and this is getting noted, they start camouflaging. So they pretend to be something else. See, we all do camouflaging a little bit sometimes. We are going somewhere in a social context and we don't want to even talk to anybody because you're not feeling well. What we do, okay, we still pretend, hello, what are you doing and all. But actually, you are not feeling to talk to that person. So this may be kind of camouflage. Now, the people with autism do a lot of camouflage. There is concern about camouflaging because camouflaging to certain extent is okay. But camouflaging, if it goes beyond and if you are doing it more and more and more, so you are pretending to be something which you are not, and you are doing this whole day, what will happen? This will be a psychological trauma for your well-being. So your psychological well-being will be at stake. And this will, of course, impact all your developmental aspects and progress. Now, when it comes to the male and female, it is said that a lot of autistic characteristics are the male characteristics. And more boys have autism as compared to the girls. This is what the prevalence report says. However, actually, while we go into the depth of the issue and we find that girls do more camouflage. Girls are able to hide their actual self. So you find that less girls are getting diagnosed. What does that mean for you as a teacher? So you might get a child who is not able to do something, or there is something going wrong, and you are not able to identify because the child is just appearing the same as a typical child. But you have to understand as a special educator with a lot of knowledge and try to understand that the child or the girl might be camouflaging or hiding her actual traits, which are autistic, which is very difficult to identify because the child is or the person is masking or camouflaging. But in order to intervene, in order to address the issue, of course, we need to identify that the child is having autism. Okay, number one. Regarding tool, as I told, that many of the tools, gold standard tools, are not accessed all over the world. So it is inaccessible, it is expensive, it might not be culture validated, might not be culture free, the language issues might be there, and also a lot of training is required to identify autism. And our teachers are not trained to identify autism. Even the doctors are not trained to identify autism. And that is a real issue. So some of these traits, if we are knowledgeable, if we know the red flag indicators, then you as a teacher or a parent or a caregiver will be able to identify that there is something going wrong and the child might be taken to a clinical assessment. Okay, so my entire theme is there is so much to know about autism, which is still yet to be discovered, because whatever we know about autism is not complete. There is many things which we need to discover. Okay. For example, you will find in many of the countries, many of the developing countries, that we don't have a report or we don't have a national prevalence of autism. I don't know about your countries from where you are coming, whether you have this kind of prevalence of autism or not. But if you get it, that's awesome. However, there is no national data available in many countries, and that's a concern. Now, this is autism where there is delayed and disordered language. There may be no language. There may be language, but it might be delayed. There might be deficit or impairment in social interaction, as I told. There will be issues in interacting. There will be issues in interacting to the child. And there will be restricted range of interest. What does that mean? That means that the child will be into few of the things which the child is interested in. And that will be very restricted. So the child will not be interested in many variety of things. Okay. For example, when we talk of a typical person, when we talk of a typical child, the child will be having a lot of different interests, a wide range of interests. But when it comes to the child with autism will be very structured and very rigid into few of those things and will not likely to go beyond that. And that might be a problem. Then therein comes the repeated behaviors, as I told, that the child will be into many repeated behaviors, and this will go throughout the day, and that might be a problem. let's take up some of the red flag indicators, which is very, very, very important and crucial for every parent and special educator to know. So by 6 months, what are the red flag indicators? There are some app available by which you can identify autism as early as possible within the first 2 years, even by the parent. Okay, so you don't have to go to anybody, and you can identify yourself that whether there is a trend or there is some inclination towards autism trait or not. So by 6 months, you will find that the child will have no smile, doesn't regard familiar faces, and will have poor eye contact. What does that mean? So while we talk, we find that each and every one of us is looking into the eyes. There is an eye contact, which is very important. But when it comes to a child with autism, the child may not look into your eyes. The child will look here, there, and somewhere else, but not look into your eyes. That's a problem. Why? Many things we learn by just looking into the eyes. We imitate things as a human. Now, when it comes to the autistic person, the child will not be able to learn properly because the child is not coming to eye contact. When we smile, see, for example, a 6 months child, we smile and the child smile back to you. This is very, very normal. But for an autistic child, the child might not reciprocate your smile. By 9 months, that doesn't imitate sounds and gestures. For a 9 months child, it is very normal that while we make some sound, ba, 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 we say make some babbling sound, the child will respond back to you. If you do something, the child might again imitate those things. However, with an autistic child, will find that there is some issue. By 12 months, you will find when a 1-year child, when you call the child by name, the child will respond in different ways. However, a autistic child will not respond to the name. There will be no babbling sound. Okay? So no gestures. When we point, hello, bye-bye, bye-bye. And the child again reciprocate. This is very normal. However, an autistic child might not show these normal milestones, which is very obvious in any child. Next comes by 18 months. You will find that the child is not coming into meaningful, significant words and not able to pretend play. What is pretend play? You will see that any typical child sits, any typical child will sit, and the child is able to pretend play. So the child plays like, taking a doll and then showering the doll, making her feed the doll and doing various things. So that is called pretend play. And there are so many, it's very, very important aspect of any child development. However, when it comes to an autistic child, you will find that the child is not coming to any pretend play. The child will not do all these, but the child will just sit alone or do something else, right? For example, some repetitive behaviors. By 24 months, no meaningful 2-word phrases and no imitation of day-to-day activities. So the child will lack any imitation, and we all know how much we learn through modeling and imitation. These are very, very important aspects of progress and development and growth. That what we see around in the environment, we replicate, we imitate, we model those behaviors. But for a child with autism, you might not see this. Okay, so we move forward to the next slide. Oh, there is something written in the chat box. It's no social alone. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. So somebody is asking, Afik is asking, there are age variations that neurotypical children gain these skills. Yes. Are the ones presented the absolute no? See, very good question. See, even in the neurotypical children's also, there may be a huge age difference in achieving the milestones. That's very important. That's very normal. Sometimes we see that the child is not able to achieve a particular milestone. For example, the child is not having those babbling sound or not forming the words. I have seen so many children who have gained, progress so well lately, and they are not autistic. Okay, so there is a lot of age difference in achieving the milestone, even in the neurotypical people. And that is the same with the autistic person. However, the difference lies in autism is not just one trait, lacking one trait, but multiple traits. Okay, a normal child will be following all of the things very normally, but maybe the language is an issue, or somebody is not able to walk, but the other things are there. The child is not autistic. So autism is not about just having deficit in one thing. But when it is a concern, or you will have this concern that the child is having some autistic trait or is with the red flag indicators of autism, when you will find that the child is not able to do many of those things that I just conveyed to you. Okay, and that if that is there, then you might think that there is a concern. Otherwise, many of the neurotypical people are delayed in terms of language, in terms of walking. But I have seen that after a while, they catch up. And when they catch up, it's very quick. But this might not be happening for an autistic child. The child will continue to lack and delay various aspects. Okay? Thank you. So, these are the important. I have already told you about the social communication and interaction part. I have met many those kind of autistic people in US, in Canada, in various other countries where they are doing great. They are doing PhDs. They are highly placed in job. But when asking about their challenges, they shared very significant challenges that they faced in social communication and emotional part. That is so much that the person is not able to interact, take part in the social communication, not able to take part and discuss and extend a relationship. So they face a lot of problems in continuing and maintaining their relationship or continuing or maintaining their work. Why? Because see, that's a very important aspect of any workforce also in job, that you have to socially mingle. You have to do meetings. You have to discuss. You have to go and interact with people. And sometimes without work, there might be just social communication, going for a networking drink or going for a meeting, which is going to take place in a restaurant. It happens. However, these people will be having a lot of issues. And that is why they are not actually promoted to the next level, because they are not able to talk. Why? Because they are very direct. They are either black or white. They don't understand the variations. They're not able to decode the various modes of communications. And that, despite the fact that they are extremely talented, some of the autistic people who are Asperger's syndromes. Yeah. So that creates a lot of issue, and that is a catastrophe. And that is a concern for us as a special educator or researcher, that how we can provide them an alternative strategy so that they can overcome these deficits and facilitate their strengths. Okay. Going to the next slide. Now see, when we talk of autism, there is a wide range, and that's very huge, very significant aspect of understanding autism. So, for example, if you take communication, you will find an autistic child to be completely nonverbal. At the same time, you might also find who is striking my screen. Please don't do that. Chaipatana. Chaipatana, who is Chaipatana? Please don't do this. You are striking all over my.
Sorry. That like to I went wrong something. So sorry.
Okay. Can you also erase this? I don't know how to erase this anyway, because it is going to appear all over my screen. You need to erase. Yeah, thank you so much. So, see, there is wide range of things. So, somebody might be completely nonverbal. At the same time, there will be somebody who is completely verbal. Now, how do you understand who is autistic? So, autism is also being completely nonverbal to completely verbal. At the same time, social interaction. Somebody might be completely active, proactive in a social interaction, but might be having some other issues. For example, the emotional issues. And somebody might be completely aloof. So there is a social party and the person is going and just, in a very aloof kind of environment, don't want to mingle with anybody, is not talking with anybody. So this is the wide range. The repetitive behavior, for example, we all, like stroke the chair sometime like this. There are many things, many repetitive behaviors that we also do. But it might be sometime with an autistic child or autistic person that it is very mild, but it can be also very, very severe that it strikes the attention. For example, somebody is a very, very brilliant person and that's why he is placed in a very high-ranking job. The problem is when he is in a meeting, he will just do like this. Now, if somebody is doing like this, that naturally is awkward for others because we people are not yet are able to accept these differences, which we should. So that is why it is very, very important and essential to understand these characteristics of an autistic person, so that the next time when you are in a meeting and somebody is doing this, in spite of that you are repeatedly saying don't do, you might try to understand that there may be that the child is or the person is having some autistic traits, which he is not able to control. And then we will start accepting these differences in a very good way without poking an eye or staring at that particular person. So accepting the differences. Next is the sensory processing. You will find a lot of autistic people who have a lot of sensory issues. They can't take very strong smells. It might be just any one smell that can trigger their behavior. And then that there is a mess. So sometimes there is a sound and the person will do like this, please stop and all. And that may trigger a behavior. Or you're just passing through a mall, everything was normal. All of a sudden the child or the person is having a huge, issue. And why that is so? Because the person is highly sensory. So the person with autism, somebody might be very, very hyposensitive or hypersensitive. It can be all of these two range, and that's the problem. Problem for whom? Problem for us to tackle, not for them. Next is learning style. So there are different types of learners. Even in the neurotypical people, we find there are different kinds of learners. Somebody is a very good verbal learner. Somebody is a very good non-verbal learner. Somebody, can take up the picture kind of a environment when the teaching learning is disseminated through PPTs. Somebody might be very active in interactions. There are different alternative ways of learning styles, and that's absolutely normal. When it comes to the learning style of the people with autism, you will find that they may have very, very strong visual skills. Somebody might be a visual learner, somebody might be a spatial kinesthetic learner, somebody may be very, very poor in many of those. And we as a teacher need to identify whether the picture is working fine, whether the sound, you read out something to the child and the child is speaking well, whether writing is speaking well. So you have to completely go by that alternative mode. So the assessment can also take place in that alternative comfortable mode of the child and not in our comfortable mode of, communicating. That makes a whole lot of a difference. I'm asking a question. If the child can answer with pictures, what's a harm? We just want to assess whether the child has learned or not. So we as a teacher also have to start accepting those differences and start, providing those scope and opportunities for various ways of expressions. Okay, is right. Yeah. Yes, absolutely, Fariha Arif. If they can't fit in our world, why not we step in their world to slowly build trust between us? Absolutely excellent. That's what is required right now. And we can make the world a better place to live with these acceptance of differences. How beautiful world that we can create with these acceptance of diversities. Next is the intellectual ability. Interestingly, when we talk of the intellectual ability, some of the autistic people might be having very, very low IQs. IQ is the intellectual quotient. However, some of the people with autism will be gifted and having above average excellent IQs. So they will be just some of the, I have talked to many of those autistic adults who can, they are so knowledgeable. I was not able to, the interview was just for 1 hour, but we were just going for 2-3 hours because the person was talking so many things about physics, the space, the astronaut, the world. Because they know so much. These are the gifted people. But see, he's not able to fit. She's not able to fit in the typical world because she's saying, what you say, it doesn't, I don't have any interest in it. And I said, what it is? You pretend so much. You typical people pretend. So you say, okay, hello, how are you doing? And what do you do? Well, that doesn't make sense for me. Give me some topic like this, physics and all. And I would be so interested and get glued to that kind of discussion. See, these are those amazing people. So we have to understand that everybody is not interested in the same thing. And everybody is not interested, not will be able to express in the same typical way that the most of the people in the society do. And we have to make room for those small amount of people, but or might be that we are thinking like these are very small percentage of people. But while we start giving them that access and acceptance, God knows that we will find that there are so many people among us also that we were all pretending and we were all masking actually. Because this is what the society wants us to do. And many of us are not able to do many of the things the way that we want to do, but rather we are doing the way that others want us to do. So this is what we need to understand as a special educator, as a teacher, as a researcher, as a person, as a human. Let's move to the next slide. So we say that autism is a spectrum. Why? Because it's a spectrum of colors. There are so many things, you see, as I told that it's so widely diverse. And that is why it is called spectrum, because that is not just one thing. It's very, very difficult. If intellectual disability, I just assess and say, okay, you have this, you are within this 90 to 110 IQ, or you are below 90 IQ. You are this, complete, to sign off. But this is not going to happen with the diagnosis of autism. It has to be a complete spectrum of profile. And I would say, why just autism? For any of the disabilities, we need this kind of spectrum of profile. That what the child is able to do. In most of the diagnoses, we say that, okay, this child is not able to do this, it doesn't want to do this, all no, don't, no, all those things, negatives. How many of the profile also says that the child has this strengths, the child has this and that aspects, which is so good. So we want a profile which covers both the aspects, that is negative and positive. Then only the parents will also have some strengths to accept the diversities of their child, that my child is having some deficit, but my child is also having some strengths. And that's the beauty of a profile. And that's what's the beauty of everybody, all of us. Let's see, there are some of the chats coming in. Yes. Is it actually possible for those who are non-verbal become verbal one day? No. So very good question coming in. We will also go on answering this. No. So see, you have to understand one thing, that it's not a disease that can be cured. Okay. So autism will remain there. Autistic trait is not going to go anywhere. It's just that we will identify a different alternative way that we will communicate and interact with them and understand them. And they will also come a little forward and adapt to these atypicalities and find out a comfortable way to interact to us. So this is finding a bridge between these two societies and these two communities, secluded or included or mainstream and the secluded community. And we as a special educator will help them to bring out their strengths, work on their weak areas, and find out the alternative way that they find comfort in. And that is our job. The autistic trait is not going to. Now, if somebody is non-verbal, yes, we have seen after working with 2 years and 3 years that they start babbling. We have found that the child was completely non-verbal, but start communicating in small words and, break up kind of intermittent words. Yes, we have seen this. But we can't guarantee that a completely non-verbal child will be becoming completely a very great orator. But yes, we will come up, we will try our level best so that the child starts speaking, comes with small, it will start with small babbling sound and then words and then small, break up kind of small sentences. If that is not at all possible, we will of course come up with PECS, that is Picture Exchange Communication System, or augmentative and alternative communication, high-tech or low-tech. So there are various other modes of, but yes, of course, we will bridge that gap. We will not, and when the child will start expressing in a mode that is convenient, whether that is alternative mode, whether that is augmentative and alternative communication, whether that is a picture communication, whether that is writing, there are so many tools available, right? So many technologies available. Of course, we will not leave the child in his shell. We will bring out the child and bridge the gap between with the mainstream community. And the child will, of course, come out. Let's see what's there in the chat box. Yes, absolutely. Tanti, Ramli. It is possible for a mild autistic child become better as they grow. Everybody will become better as they grow up. Each and every child will grow up and progress with the right kind of strategy. No child remains in the same identification status. If you identify early, the child will, of course, progress. Okay, and there was another question. PECS, yes, picture communication system. But we don't give picture communication system at the first go. There's another one. Yes, okay. They are, yes, depends if there is underlying disabilities that causes him or are not able to speak. No, see, while you are identifying and the diagnostic process is taking place, of course, we have to refute first the medical conditions. If there is any issues that the child is not able to speak because of some other reason, that needs to be identified if there is so. While we refute the medical aspects, then only we come to other aspects. And we don't give the picture communication exchange first go. We will try out with other things like, the direct communication if there is any scope for it. If we see that that is not working, see, as a special educator, we have to understand that each and every day is a new day. Each and every week is a new week. Each and every month is a new target and a new learning, new alternative teaching learning ways. It is not just that, okay, you identify and diagnose, the diagnostic process has taken place, and then you set the goals and then you sleep. You have to see whether with the strategy that you have planned, whether that is working or not. If that is working fine, go ahead. But you need to change and refine your strategies as well. After a week or 2 weeks or 1 month, you might have to change all of the strategies. If you see that the PEX is not working, you have to use something else. So you as a teacher or a special educator have to find out different ways. Okay. Yes. I'm sure Farida. Yes. Thank you, Nordiana, Anwar, and Farida. Yes. I'm sure that every one of you will come across a child with autism if you are a special educator or if you are a teacher. This is something that I can say very blindly. Absolutely. Yes, it is a trial and error. It can be a trial and error, but it's not that kind of trial and error that you try out every strategy. You have to be aware, because what if you are just applying a very wrong strategy, which will go backtrack rather than progressing ahead. So while moving with a trial and error, you have to have a very strong base. You have to go and study papers, publish papers on that particular symptom that you are seeing in the child, and then find out what are the different strategies that you can implement and see which matches. It's not that kind of blind trial and error that you have a list of things and then you start applying everything, and then after 2 years you decide, okay, this was right. No wrong strategy is good for the child. You have to understand very well whether this will work or not, which has an evidence-based published trajectory. That kind of strategy and intervention can only work. See, I don't at all know about the medical practitioners. The medical practitioners, so you are saying like if there is any medicine that can be offered which will cure ASD. I have, when I talk to some of the parents have a lot of grave concern. Why? Because just quoting one of the parents, this mother was doing a PhD. She has to quit because her child was diagnosed with autism. The father left for many reasons. This might be one of the reasons that the child was having autism. She left her career and then she started studying interventions for her child. For example, ABA-based intervention also she was studying so that she can help her child. And her child was extremely proactive. When she came to one of the centers, the teacher found the child to be very, very proactive, so much so that they were not able to take care of the child. So the child will not sit in one place, and it was also hampering other children. So what the teacher recommended is, okay, give this medicine. And later she found that these medicines are only to, had a lot of side effects. And after the child was given these medicine, they found that the child have become completely passive, will just sit like idle. And the mother told, I don't want my child to sit like idle. I want the same, earlier child who was so proactive. I know what to give my child. I said, what you do in the home, while you take your child at home. She told, I know my child because I studied her so much for so long, so many years. I know that he doesn't sit idle. So I give him all work. Sometimes I ask him to wash the clothes in the washing machine, do this, some household chores. So one after another, I give him work. And this way I keep him engaged. But in the school, they don't have time because there are plenty of students. So they just want that the child is given some medication, but this is not what I want for my child. So if you're talking of this kind of therapy, I don't know. However, the medical practitioners, if they have some kind of therapy, because as I told, this is not a disease which can be cured. She would like to see the child improvement as far. Yes. There are a lot of parents, and of course, you can understand that most of the parents will come up with these kind of, wording that please do something. I want very quick cure. And they don't have patience. However, the intervention for a child with autism is very, very slow. It's not like within a fortnight you're going to see the differences. You really have to work hard as a special educator or an interventionist. At the same time, it will of course going to take 1 year, 2 years. But yeah, every week you can show the progress in graph. This will be very, very small improvement and increase. But that is what is extremely important. While you start initially the intervention, the increase will be very, very mild. However, it will catch up. All of a sudden, you will find that the repertoire of behavior has opened up. So for example, while we put on so much of effort with a typical child learning and teaching the grammars, so noun, pronoun, verb, and all those things, have you seen that takes so much of time? However, once a child get a hold of all of those grammars, what happens? All of a sudden, the child just can read anything and every book and all. So that progress is very fast. But if we just don't have the patience to go through those grammars, which is a foundation and basics, it's not justified, right? So you also have to, yes, what you can do is the parents are also thinking that whether this will work or not. So you can always show that graph, and that graph is extremely important. I will show that graph also. Wait, there was some questions. Okay, some tips to solve the problem. What was that? Sometimes my student autism being yeah. I have very good strategy. Nurul Siyama Shahari. Yes, autistic. There are a lot of cases that the people with autism will have a lot of behavioral issues, and they will come with temper tantrums. Why that is so? Either that will be because of a trigger, some sensory triggers which have triggered the behavior, or rather because the child is not able to communicate. So the child is actually demanding. It can be just a head hitting like this because the child wants food, because the child is not communicating, because the child is nonverbal, and the child has not been reinforced the right kind of appropriate behavior. So what happens, see, in the house, when there is a grandparent or the parent, when the child is saying, it's trying to show you in different ways because the child is not communicating. We don't understand. So we are saying, okay, you want this. Okay, you want this. You want this. And then the child, and then you load up with different things. See what happens. The child have learned that when you are saying good, appropriate behaviors, like very politely, nobody understands and nobody is taking care of. But when you are head hitting and doing a lot of behaviors, severe behaviors, everybody is coming to your doorstep and saying, okay, you want this, and everything is very quick. So what you have reinforced, what is the meaning of reinforce? Reinforcement is rewarding the child. So you are reinforcing a wrong behavior. And that is what has happened. And mainly the grandparents will also do that because they will not see their grandchildren like this. Oh, please give him what he wants. Please give him. And that's the beginning of rewarding the wrong behavior. And that's called conditioning. So you are conditioning a wrong behavior. That is not going to go very fast. So these kind of tantrums can, of course, be very nicely with ABA therapy can be curbed. Children to therapy for 4 to 5 years now. Because most of our parents sending their children to therapy for 40 years. But see, 4 to 5 years is a huge time Have you checked the progress? That galing. You have written like 4 to 5 years now, but 4 to 5 years, there should be very, very massive improvement. And you can ask as a parent that I want to see the progress. Why don't you ask for a graph, the chart every month? Go and talk and ask them to show what progress the child is doing. In 4 to 5 years, many targets needs to be achieved for the child. Okay. Medical practitioners that usually attend, Noor Hanis, the Nadia, medical practitioner that usually attends kids with ASD are occupational therapists and psychologists in terms of behavior. Kids with ASD might also need other therapy like speech or physical therapy according to their need. Absolutely. See, there has to be a group of people who will take care of the needs of the child with ASD. There can be an ABA therapy, there can be a speech therapy, there can be a occupational therapist, the way whatever is needed. And that can, however, it is not very conducive to work and move separately. They can come together, discuss the target and goal, and that can be closely knit together. It should not be isolated. Somebody is doing this, somebody is doing that. So it needs to be discussed also sometime together. That's very, very important part of IEP, that is individualized educational goal. That the entire team should meet together and discuss sometime their own goals, whether that is happening, whether something is hampering or impacting positively or negatively some of the therapies. Next is some of the parents are refused to send their Eliza Musa. Some of the parents are refused to send their child learn with disability student. They are believe that the child are normal and should be among mainstream students. How can I be as a teacher convince the parents? Yes. See, it is a very, very common issue that some of the parents refuse to send their children to learn. They don't want their children sit with the special education students, a special needs student, because they don't want to get tagged. Now, nowadays, we all know that no child is left behind and every child has a right to go into special stream or inclusive stream or mainstream. Now, you have to identify all of the profile of the child first and try to find out whether the child is able to cope up in a mainstream school or not. That can be done with a shadow teacher. There are many schools who also allow this, that a shadow teacher will always be there sitting with the child and the child can take over the class. If that is not, if you think that the child will not be able to cope in a mainstream school, then the child needs to be taken to a special need child setup or setting. Or there are other setting also. The child can go to the mainstream setting throughout the day. However, for half of the day or for 2 periods, the child can be taken into a resource room teacher or a special educator or somewhere in a special setting, so that whatever the child is not able to pick up, that can be overcome. In that way, so in this kind of, we say that is a cascade system, where you start with a very, very residential and special setting, but we move on towards the mainstream setting. So our target has to be always to reach out to the mainstream and inclusive setting. You can always convince the parent that even if you think that the child will not be able to cope up in a mainstream setting, you have to convince, and you can say that the teacher have a very good discussion with the parent that we are starting with this kind of a setting, but that is not all. We will bring our child to the mainstream setting with all of the support. When he is able to overcome, we will say that, okay, take the child to the mainstream setting, and it will not take much time. So you have to find out whether what is the right kind of placement, extremely important placement. Okay. Refuse to, this is okay. I don't know whether I miss any of the chat questions. There would be collaboration between, yes, there should be collaboration between the therapist. It's not easy because parent perception to autistic student is very difficult to change. That is why you need to give some positive examples. You have to share, Mohad Shahidu Jain, you have to share some positive example. There are plenty of positive example. I will share 2 of my published papers, which we did with Cornell University, US. The data was from USA only. the samples, and you will find that how amazing they are doing. The challenges, the strengths of the people with autism, where we also interviewed the parents, and you will find that's amazing. And many of the parents were shared so many strengths of their children's, and how they on their own also worked on specific very small points. There are narratives which is written. It will be very interesting for you to take part, for you to go through those, because see, it is very obvious that the parents will have issues in accepting that their children have a deficit, and it is our responsibility to convince them that they will progress, and each and every small mild progress is also should be taken as a very significant progress. You should have to give many positive examples of many autistic people in the world who have done so great with the right kind of strategy and environment. The perception needs to be changed by us. Okay, we will move ahead. So I think we will take a 5 minutes break for anybody if you want to go for what do you call any washroom or these things, and then we will again continue. Okay, I'm just coming, and then we will continue. I'm taking 5 minutes, huh? You can also take that 5 minutes.
Let's take a 5-minute break, Doctor. Prof? Let's take a 5-minute break, shall we? Can all of us take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 12:30. Okay, it's 12:25 now here, so 12:30. See you.
Okay, so we start again. So Hela, everything is going fine? Any issues?
So far, so good, Prof. Some of the participants are taking a break because I told them that let's take a 5-minute break as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, we will continue. Just let me know when you want. I will.
Sure. Sure, Prof. You're fine over there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Prof, about the task and assignment for...
I will today. I have already made the assignment. I will discuss with them for 5 minutes, last 5 minutes, and I will email you the assignment.
Thank you, Prof.
So there is something written in chat box. Okay. So Ella, which countries are these the teachers are from?
The teachers are from Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Singapore, Myanmar, and Indonesia.
Okay.
Yeah. So far
And
they have
they
been
are all
really,
school teachers.
yeah, some of them are SPED teachers and some are mainstream school teachers. So far from my observation from yesterday and earlier today, they have been proactively engaging and participating with the speakers. And I can see the same with you too. So that's great there.
Okay, good. No, I can find them to be very interactive.
Yeah.
That's very nice. I mean, they are very interactive, very nice, and they are taking part in it. I can see continuously writing questions in chat, and they are completely, in the knowledge that is being shared and the discussion, and I
Right.
can see that they are comprehending very well. That's
Agree.
amazing.
Yeah, Prof. So do you allow them to, if you allow them to speak to you directly instead of typing, then just let us know so we can turn on their microphone later.
Yeah. What we can do is the last half an hour we can leave for interaction, direct interaction.
All right, Prof.
It would be nice because they are writing. I can see. I thought that they are coming from, South Asian countries, and I thought that the English might be an issue whether they are understanding. But I can see they are taking part so well.
Yeah, their
So
English is
it's very
excellent.
nice to directly communicate with them rather than writing. It's taking time for them also.
Sure.
So direct communication, we can keep the last half an hour. So 10:30, no, 11, 12 to 12:30 we can keep for interaction.
Sure. That would
I mean
be
your time. So sorry, this is my time. So your time, what's the time right now? Tell me.
Now it's at 12:30 already. 12:30.
At what time you finish this session?
We'll finish this at 1. So by 12:45, 15 minutes from now, we can have the interaction if you want. Then the next 15 minutes will be the instruction, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. So you want me to wind up after 15 minutes, right? And then you open up for interaction for half an hour.
Sure, yes.
And then we instruct them for the assignment.
That's right, Prof.
I think we can do that.
Okay, Prof. I can remind you on the time if you want.
You please remind me about the time because the time are very different. Mine, the time is right now 10. So your time is different. So you need to remind me.
Okay. So at 12:45, we'll have them ask you questions. We'll allow them to on their mic. And then by 12, do you still need more time to finish your slides, Prof?
No, what I would do is, sorry, you tell me again what time you are giving me to wind up the session?
12:45, 15 minutes from now.
I will wind up for today. I will continue again tomorrow.
Okay, sure, Prof. And then we open up for the Q&A session. Once you're done.
Okay. I will take next 15 minutes to wind up this session.
Okay.
Sorry, the presentation. And then for the next 30 minutes, we can interact and discuss and take up questions.
Okay. If you take 15 minutes to wrap up, then you have 15 minutes to Q&A.
Yes, we will do that then.
And then for the assignment, maybe just both of us can do. You can just assign me. You can brief me so I can brief them later.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep you noted on the timing, Prof. You may start the next session now. And the participants are back. Hello, teachers.
All the participants are back.
Yeah,
and there is another thing I was just thinking because there is a very good number of participants and they are teachers, and I can see with their question that many of them are also parents. So we are currently having an international project going on. This is a research project. And we are looking forward towards practitioners and parents to talk to us for interviews. You can ask some of them if they are interested. We can also take care of their challenges or what they need and all, and then try to also advise them. So it will also benefit them, because we are a huge group with Canada, US, and different other countries. And we are also including basically autistic people, but I am sure that there is nobody here, maybe. But the practitioners group is very high here, and the parents. If any of the parents and any of the practitioners want for a direct communication with me, for a very informal kind of discussion or interview later, after the session, not now. So you can email, you can give my email ID or allow their email ID to me, so that we can schedule some time and we can interact, and they can also get benefited from this, the research outcome that we have done so far. It can be a mutual kind of a thing, yeah.
Sure. I made this communicate with them on who are the parents with children as well with autism, as well as teachers. Then I will get the email and send it to you, Prof.
Yes, no problem. Okay,
Thank
so
you,
we
Prof.
start right now.
Yeah, we can start right now. I'll let you on the time.
Yes, okay.
Okay, bro.
So without wasting any time, let's start. It is really interesting and very hearty discussion. So see, I was talking about, somebody was asking about the behavioral issues. So some of the triggers for people with autism, that they can't take up something which is too fast. I'm not talking of all of the autistic people. Some, okay? And wait, let me get the slides. You are able to see the screen, right? Okay. Let me know if you're not able to see the slide. Okay, thanks. So see, something which is very too fast, which is too overwhelming, all of a sudden we are able to take somewhat something overwhelming, something too unfamiliar. The typical people also have little issues in getting adapted to something which is unfamiliar, which is not familiar to us. Like giving a hug all of a sudden, too close, something too close, they might be having some issues. Something which is too hectic, something which is too loose, too tight, something which is not expected. So they can't just go out of the structure, something unstructured, something which is too bright. So as I told, that some of the autistic people might be having, might be very, very hyperactive, and a little kind of a trigger in this, and some of these issues might trigger their behaviors. And we might not know what happened. Nothing happened. I just put on the light. But yes, the light was the trigger for the behavior. Something which is too new. All of a sudden, a new person is coming and you are introducing, and he has an issue. So we have to understand that something which they don't have control. And these might be very, very obvious with the autistic people. Something which is too loud, a very, very high loud sound might be a triggering behavior for the autistic people. So we as a special educator, we have to understand, we provide the right kind of environment, even if it is a school setting, a class setting, etc. And if these kind of overwhelming environments are there, we need to curb that, we need to balance that in different ways. Okay, let's move to the next slide. These are some of the issues. May not want cuddling. Some of the autistic people will not like cuddling. Inappropriate laughing or giggling might be a problem for the people with autism. They will be having difficulty in expressing their needs. And that's where they trigger behaviors. That how to ask for water. I want food. I am having some issues. I am having some itching. I am having some stomach. The child may not be able to communicate that well in a socially approved way. And that is why he might be coming with a head-eating behavior. I will show you. Okay, we will. I will wind up with this one, and then we can take the intervention part tomorrow. That will be easier for you to understand. Okay, so may prefer alone. You see that the child doesn't want to get mingled with the friends, and you as a parent want, why don't you say hello to the friend? But Ari, the child doesn't want that. The child want to prefer to be alone. May avoid eye contact. And the child, you are asking question, the teacher, as a teacher, you are asking question and you are saying, oh, you don't look into my eyes. Go and kneel down. So we have to understand the child is not able to do that. We have to understand the issue and the crux of the matter, and not by the superficial behavior that we are seeing. And this is very, very important. Very important is what is autism and what are the reasons for autism. Now there is a lot of research going on. We don't know. There is this heredity and the genetic. Earlier it was thought of that it's all about the vaccination. The vaccination, it is the post effect of vaccination. It is still thought of like it's genetic. Yes, it is somewhat genetic, but there is a thin line. There is an overlap between genetics and heredity. This is the interaction between heredity and the genetics. So a lot of people will be having these autistic trait passive. It gets triggers in an environment that triggers autistic behavior. It has also been found so. For example, in the US, in New Jersey, and some of the urban areas, we find that the autistic prevalence is more. And through research, it has been found that the urban areas, the kind of environment the urban areas, the urban environment have, that has something to do with triggering the autistic behavior. Okay, that might not be there in the rural areas much. So there are many, many loopholes, many, many things which is still yet to be discovered, and autism is still not complete. So the knowledge and the information that we know today might get changed, might be modified, might be added more lately to come, because we need more and more information. And that is why we need to talk to parents, we need to talk to the practitioners in order to understand what's happening, what are the issues, what are the challenges, so that we come up with a very, very fantastic intervention model for them, which will work for them, which will benefit them. For example, I, as a behavior analyst, we provide special educator, we provide the training, we provide the consultancy for the teachers, for the parents, for the practitioners, how they can apply the principles and the science of applied behavioral analysis, and which can bring about effective positive results in the people with autism if we start very early. And there are many strengths that can be facilitated with the right kind of intervention. And ABA, applied behavioral analysis, the science of ABA is one of those fantastic interventions that can be applied for bringing in many, many interesting and significant outcome and results. Okay. So I think you want to continue, or you want to, or rather we can take another slide and then we can start the direct interaction with the parents or the practitioners. So Ella, what do you want? I complete this slide?
Okay, Prof. We can allow them to communicate with you directly. We can do that for, let's see, 15 minutes. Yeah, we have 15 minutes for that.
And then we can take.
Yeah. Mr. Rusnedi, or Mr. Ashraf, or Mr. Shabil, can we please allow the participants to turn on their microphone? Okay, if you have any questions or any comment or feedback, any sharing that you would like to share with our professor here, please don't hesitate to turn on your microphone. But perhaps raise your hand first so we can identify who would like to speak first.
Hi, Prof.
Hello, can you please turn on your camera so we can spotlight you, ma'am?
I already on the camera.
Okay, one moment.
I'm Nurjan. I'm from Malaysia.
Okay, Madam Nurjan, we'll give you like probably 3 minutes so that we can have other participants to communicate with Prof as well.
Okay, sure.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Prof. It is a very interesting talk, and thank you for all that. And I'm a special education teacher. I'm teaching us cerebral palsy, and a few of them got mixture of autism. Okay. So I have one child. It is autism, whereby she always pick up the words from the back. Okay, example, if I do circle time and I do roll call, when I say, where is the child's name? The child will say to me, here I am. So when I say, where is the child's name? He always say, he won't say here I, but he always pick up M at the back. M. Always like that. I try many times. It's already 2 years for to make him pick up here I am. So I try. I forget about the N, and here I also he can't pick up. So I'm a bit confused about that. Can you advise me what to do?
Somebody has written in the chat box, echolalia. So that might be echolalia. So this is one of the symptoms of the people with autism, that they repeat the same thing that you say. So if you say, what is her name? They will say, what is your name? Santoshi. Or what is your name? What is your name? So they just repeat the same thing. Here in this case, whether the child is verbal or non-verbal.
The child, is it? The child, when you talk to him, he's able to repeat only, but he can't understand what I'm trying to say. But he always repeat what I say.
So that somebody has already written. That's let's see who has written this, and it's absolutely right. It is Brian. Yes, Brian. It's echolalia. So so you, I don't know whether you have heard of applied behavioral analysis, where we try out different strategies to reinforce the right kind of behavior. So this is very, very common issue, and this is because this is the way that the child has been conditioned also right from the very beginning. This is the way that has been going. So if you see the historical trajectory, you will find the same thing happening right from the very beginning. You know, when the child grew and the parents also didn't understood, and it went like this. You have to start reinforcing something else. When the child says something else, sometimes the child will say something else. Naturally, the child is not always repeating the same thing what you are saying. So if you go on reinforcing something else, reinforcement, I will take up this tomorrow, early morning. So reinforcement is rewarding with the right kind of thing. For example, see, a lot of us as a parent also do a lot of things consciously. For example, when the child is just keeping quiet, how many times as a parent we say, wow, Kian, you are doing so great, right? We don't do. While when we give attention, we only give attention when the child is temper tantrum. When the child is doing something wrong, then only we say, oh, why don't you sit quietly? But see, we sometimes find that this behavior is repeating and getting repeated, even if you are rebuking. So what is the case here? Actually, the child is just completely looking for your attention. And you are doing that. When the child is doing something wrong, you are giving attention to the child. And the child is understanding, if I do something wrong, then only my mother will give attention to me. So why not do this wrong thing only? Because my mother doesn't give me attention when I am sitting quietly. So because you are rewarding the wrong kind of behavior. This rewarding is called in technical terms reinforcement. So we sometimes positively reinforce and negatively reinforce the behavior. For example, you are moving by the corridor. The teacher student says, good morning, ma'am. You just look like this and go away. You do this 1 or 2 times, and after you think like you are actually responding, but you are not reinforcing the student's behavior, that the student is so excited and saying good morning and maybe expecting a pat on the back and okay, good morning. So after some days, what will happen? The student will stop saying good morning to you. And then you will look for it. You thought that you are already giving attention, saying, looking at him and then, okay. But this is what that was rewarding. So what I mean to say here is, what is happening here is echolalia. You can go through and Google search and find out some of the interventions for echolalia. This is not going to go very soon, but I tell you, this will not, even if you go with the intervention, this will take a lot of time to go and might not go together totally also. It will remain. But you can reduce by reinforcing the alternative behaviors. So whenever the child is not doing echolalia, reinforce the child with the reinforcement which the child needs. For example, we also need to make a list of the reinforcement of your child. When we get a child, we assess the child, we make a list of the reinforcement or the reward. What is that? Making a list of things that the child prefer. And that can be made with interviewing the parents and also observation. First, you interview the parents and ask them to give a list of least preferred item and most preferred items and activities and engagements. When they give you a list of those, now you do it yourself and observe and find out which is the one that the child like most and prefer most. And then you make a list in the hierarchy, most to least or least to most. And keep the most preferred item as a greatest achievement. And start with the least, because see, somebody, for the typical children's also, if somebody is getting 50 out of 70 out of 100, you give the cycle. Okay, you take whatever you want. The child will not go for more. So what we do, we start with a little bit kind of reinforcement. We only give the most preferred item or the reward when the child achieves the maximum, that is 100 out of 100. So you keep the highest preferred item for the best achievement. You start with the least preferred, the moderate preferred item, not the least preferred item, moderate preferred item. And then see how it goes. When he just do something which is non-echolalia, you reinforce the child with the moderate preferred item. And then you increase the reward. So when he starts doing it more, so non-echolalia more, you give something which is most preferred, more and more preferred or most preferred. So the child will understand technically that what's happening is when I'm doing echolalia, nobody is giving attention, nobody is doing what I want. But rather, when I'm doing non-echolalia or when I'm not doing echolalia, then only my teacher or parent is basically reinforcing me or giving attention to me. I don't know what works for the child. That you have to work on and find out. Sometimes it can be just an attention. Just looking and giving a pat. Just, oh my God, good, great. Or just looking at. So you have to find out what the child wants and make a list of the rewards and the least and the most preferred items and activities and engagements. And then start rewarding the alternative some behavior so that the echolalia drops. There are beautiful interventions which is there, ABA therapy for echolalia. You can go through some of the papers which you will find and try to understand what is echolalia, why they do, and some of the strategies which can be applied, because you are also saying that the child is cerebral palsy, right?
Yep.
So he is actually having multiple disabilities.
Yeah.
Right.
So you also have to take care of that. This is a very complicated issue, I tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can read some of the paper on echolalia and ABA therapy, that is applied behavioral analysis therapy, and try to find out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam
very much.
Norjan. Thank
Okay.
you, and thank you, Prof. Santoshi. We have for one more. We have time for one more question. Prof, is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So can we have one more question from members of the floor? Anyone would like to ask Prof. Satoshi here? The question, you have approximately 5 minutes. And thank you, Mr. Brian, also. Mr. Brian for the feedback there, and Madam Lim Polian also for the feedback. Any other participants like to ask Prof. Santoshi questions or comment?
Feel free for any comment, anything. I'm very happy to communicate. Somebody raised Afik. Afik wants to
Okay,
communicate, I
Afiq.
think.
All right. Afiq, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. Thanks for the
Okay.
sharing on ASD. I think it's been really helpful and a lot of good reminders that it's a spectrum with like different aspects that we really need to consider. So I'm an associate psychologist in Singapore, and I think recently my colleagues and I have been having like quite a few discussions about the need for a diagnosis. So we were thinking that a diagnosis might sometimes limit their access to different things lah. Because like here we have like maybe like national service or like different insurances and stuff, right? So we intervene based on their needs and not their diagnosis here. So we were wondering like, in your opinions, like what is the value of a diagnosis? Because there's something that we covered at the start, right? Like how to diagnose and why we should diagnose. So we're just wondering like to get your thoughts on like the value of a diagnosis, you know. Yeah, thank you.
So have you gone through what are the diagnostic tools that you are using already? First of all, Afik, so nice to see a young special educator so enthusiastic and excited. And I think this is how the special educator world will get changed with this very, very curious to make changes in their children's and students and pupils. Thank you so much for your question. That's very, very important. Diagnosis is still an issue and concern in many of the countries. As I told, the screening tools are not very available. In India, we have some of the tools which we have already translated. We have Isha, we have some of the tools which have been translated, but there is SATS, social communication tool, one of the tools. There is CARS. So these are some of the tools. The CARS can be used by anybody. It doesn't need much of the, kind of training. But the SACS, which is the social communication tool, that is by the La Trobe University, Australia, that needs training because that includes the parents, the psychologist, the parents, interview with the parents, and also observation of the child in a clinical setting. So, and it also takes a while. I mean, it's a process. So you do it one day for a whole day. You have to come back again because there can be some, false diagnosis also, which is called, the sensitivity. So the false positive or the false negative. And we also have to rule that. However, there is some of the diagnostic training you can access online as well. If you're asking of, how to identify and diagnose the children with autism. If this is your question, then first of all, the red flag indicators needs to be read very well. The slide that I showed, like what are the red flag indicators at 6 months, then 12 months, 24, 18 months. So these are some of the indicators that will be able to help the parents and also the caregivers and the special educators, because nowadays the parents are going for work. So mostly the children are being taken care of by the caregivers. And we have understood that many of the medical practitioners and doctors don't also have understanding of diagnosis of autism. So if these red flag indicators, there is also an app which is by the La Trobe University, Australia, and they have developed it. Earlier, they have kept it's just $1 or something like that, by which you just click and check through the boxes and you would be able to find out whether your child is kind of deviated from the normal track. So once you establish that this is the red flag, then you can go for a clinical diagnosis. And the clinical diagnosis is, of course, to be taken up by the clinical psychologist. For example, you're saying you're a social psychologist. Whether if you are a clinical psychologist or you can, of course, go by this kind of a training. And nowadays, with the virtual world coming in our doorstep, these kind of trainings are available all through the world. You can approach various, this is a little expensive, but once you do it, you would be able to guide and help many others like special educators in Singapore as well. And then you can start the diagnosis. Diagnosis is very important. I am not sure whether I have answered your question. Did you ask anything else, or this is what you wanted to know?
Yeah, so I think over here we usually most the ADOS and the ADIR, right?
Yeah.
So I think you also mentioned that it does take some time, right? It does take like quite a while.
Yeah. There is CARS, there is SACS, there is ADOS, there is ADIR.
Mm-hmm.
There are many diagnostic tools, and some of like ADOS. This is very huge. So you might go for the easier versions also.
Mm-hmm.
However, which is not leading to false positive or false negative. So low on sensitivity. So these kind of tools are already available. Once you buy it, it's a little expensive, but once you buy it and also get one training, a group of, and they also provide training for a group of people online, which can be a little less expensive. So that can be done. There is a basic and there is an advanced. From US also, in Cornell, New York, I found many of those organizations which are coming from, I think Cornell University, the medical department, they also offer these kind of diagnostic, trainings. They start with the basic and then they go with the advanced one. So this you can do, and this will really help so many people. You can also train the other special educators and help you out.
Yeah, I think just one last point before, sorry for taking everyone's time, but I think you did mention at the start that these tests are quite normed in the other countries, right? The less developed, more urbanized countries, high SES. So of all these tools, is there any particular ones that you feel is better suited for us Asian countries, because there is a lot of tools and yeah.
Actually, see, as I told, I don't know if there in Singapore, nobody has translated in your language. There must be some translated version available, because there is so much of issues when you translate the tools. And we have also found when using the other tools, which is being used in other countries, there may be some of the items and statements which we found, which is not suitable for your culture and country. So it is always advisable to use one of those tools which is culture free, either culture free or which has been translated in your Singaporean language. So that will be easy, because if you want to translate it, it is not going to work. It will just get, kind of deviated from the intent. So it is always advisable to go, if you intend, because you are a social psychologist, if you think that you want to translate one, you can, but it needs to be revalidated with a clinical, team also. So what my advice would be, go for a translated version, because many of the items and tools might not be well suited for your culture that we have found in India. And that is why we have developed with the NIMHANS, we have our own translated tool. Okay, Afiq.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for asking
Thank you,
this question.
Afi, and also thank you, Prof. Santoshi. Okay, so we have come to the end of today's session with Prof. Santoshi. And Prof. Santoshi, would you like to brief them for
Yeah, I'm going to brief them.
All
I
right.
would share the
Okay, please take the rest of you participants, please take note on the Prof. Santoshi's briefing, because this will be very important for the session which will take place after lunch hour. Okay, take notes, snap photos, or anything necessary for you to remember. So later, and when we put all of you into your breakout rooms, so there will be 10 breakout rooms. All right.
So you are able to see this assignment. This will be shared by Sohela. I will email her and she will share with you. So probably you don't need to write anything. Everything is written here.
All right. Okay, Prof. That's great.
I will just share this with Sohela. She will email you, share with the entire group. What you have to do, I will instruct. So for the next session, I think we have 2.5 hours. And this is the assignment for you all. So you are a special educator. You don't have to imagine, because you all are special educators teaching in a special education school, or maybe inclusive school or mainstream school. Identify any problem or challenge that you faced or you are facing as a teacher. It can be present, past, whatever, or just imagine. How do you address or try to address the issue? So any problem related to special needs students, any problem related to the special needs students' challenges and needs. And either you have solved it, or if you have solved it, the step-by-step process to it. If you have not, what are the attempts? What are the steps? What you did basically. Write a case study actually. You know what is a case study? So case study is the name of the student, what is the problem that has been identified, what is the process that you went through, your planning, execution of planning, and what was the outcome. Either you were successfully, you have addressed. If you have not, that's fine, absolutely fine. If you are still finding out the right way, that's also absolutely fine. It need not to be completely successfully completed. Okay, the problem need not to be completely successfully completed. It might be undergoing, or it might be a problem which you are still facing and you tried out different ways. So what is that you find is a problem or a concern or a need or a challenge as a special educator or a teacher? So structure your writing. It has to be a case study. Structure your writing. It can be a PPT. It can be a write-up on 1 page, maximum 2 page, not more than that. What is a problem or any one challenge? Not many challenges. We just want you to report any one challenge faced as a teacher of your student or identification of any problem. And then the step-by-step planning to address the issue or any attempt to address the issue by you. If solved, how? If not, report the challenges. Either you solved it, report it. If you have not solved it, whatever challenges you are facing or you face, report it. Any suggestions, anything, any question, any comment, you can also report. For example, if it can be, I have given 1 or 2 examples, it can be a behavioral challenge of your special needs student. It can be regarding any learning need of your special needs student, that the child wants to target this. It can be a parent want and is coming, okay, I just don't want all these things, basic skill. I want my child to learn ABC. This can also be challenge, and you are tackling this problem to convince the parent. It can be a problem, the child is not sitting at one chair and you are not able to start your teaching learning instruction. The child is actually hampering the other children's teaching learning. So there can be ample, just pick up any one problem. It can be related to the parents of the students as well. You can pick up any issue from your context or school. It can be from your school, it can be from your, as a parent, you can find out, it can be from your environment, anywhere. But it should be related to the special needs student. The problem should be related to a special needs student. Okay. Now the instruction for this is, how would you do it? Because you are 200 people. Group yourself. You can form 10 groups of not less than 20 participants. Okay, 10 groups. So if 20 participants, you have 10 groups.
Yeah, our technical
So
team will put them in their groups, Prof.
So Suhaila will help you out with this. You are given one session that is 2.5 hours for forming a group and discussing. You can use any of the modes of communication, either through WhatsApp or online meet. You can make 20 participants each group and meet through WhatsApp for discussion or Google Meet, anything that you can do with your laptops, and prepare only one report each group. So at the end, we just need, Suhaila.
Sorry, for this, we put them in breakout rooms, so they don't have to come up with the Google Meet.
Oh, good.
Right.
So Suhaila has already organized this technical part, and that's so well. If they have already, they are going to break you up in different breakup rooms.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, so you are already assisted with forming a group. You don't need to form a group. And in your group, you can discuss and you make one write-up. So a screen can be shared in a Word document and write, this was the problem. Anyone, 20 people can discuss and find out which problem is very grave and unique or interesting, and report only that and make a write-up in discussion, consensus with the group.
Okay,
it can be a common problem faced by all as well, because there are so many issues which are very common. Okay, so you prepare the write-up in PPT or in Word document, whatever way. Write your team number, all of the names who have prepared it, and the group assigned to you, maybe group A, 2 or 1, 2, whatever, and then email to Suhaila.
Sure.
So she will assess, and I can also see if I get time tomorrow. We will see to it how we will assess, or maybe the coordinators will be able to take care of it. So this is what you are given, and Suhaila will email or share this Word document right now after this session to you all. Any questions are welcome.
Okay, once I receive the document from Prof. Santoshi, the team here will share it in the chat box. Okay, so you can download it straight away. Okay, then we'll come back later at Now it's already 2:05. Sorry, 1:05. So we'll come back at 2:05 Malaysia time.
Yeah. So Suhela, I am leaving here. We meet tomorrow early morning. So my time will be 6:30. I have to get quick. Okay. So and as I was telling Suhela, we are doing one international research project with practitioners, autistic adults, and also parents. If anybody of you is interested, Suhela will get in touch with you with the email or anything for a discussion or for an interview, informal kind of a chat with me as a researcher. I will be sharing some of the resources regarding today's topic that has been discussed, and 2 of my papers which has been published on the sample which we interviewed in US, which also reports the challenges and also the strengths. And I think a lot of you practitioners and researchers will be able to relate with it, and it will help you out in your future endeavors as a teacher.
That's great. I'll make sure they keep in touch with me for those parents and teachers as well. Do get in touch with me personally, and we'll see to the assignments later. I will share the assignments once Prof has given us assignment. And to our viewers on Facebook and YouTube Live, thank you so much for joining us since
Thank you.
the
Thank you.
morning.
Bye-bye. See you again tomorrow.
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So to Prof Santoshi, we'll see you again tomorrow. And to our YouTube and Facebook viewers, thank you so much. There will be another session for our Zoom participants. So do come back. The Zoom participants, do come back at 2:05. See you there. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy your break, and we'll come back later at 2:05 and we'll break you out into your breakout room session. We'll brief you again later at 2:05. Enjoy your break, and to all participants in Zoom and YouTube, see you tomorrow. Bye. Thank you so much.